gladness and aptitude for enjoyment. Rendered effulgent by many rays of light, that is, transformed into a living and active agent by means of eyes, cars, etc. 1034. The sense is that he who understands the wheel of time is a person worthy of universal regard. The excellent joints of that wheel are the Parva days, viz., those sacred lunations on which religious rites are performed. 1035. I give a little version of verse 33, following the commentator as regards the meaning of Samprasidam. The sense, however, of the verse is this: Brahma, in the previous sections, has often been spoken of as Sushupti, or the unconsciousness of dreamless slumber. The universe flows from Brahma. Unconsciousness, therefore, is the cause or origin or body of the universe. That unconsciousness, therefore, pervades all things, viz., gross and subtle. Jiva, finding a place within that unconsciousness existing in the form of gross and subtle, gratifies the deities, prana and the senses. These, thus gratified by Jiva, at last gratify the open mouth of the original unconsciousness that waits to receive or swallow them. All these verses are based upon the figurative ideas that find expression in the Upanishads. 1036. Smriti is memory. One whose smriti is lost means one whose conceptions of right and wrong are confounded. Atmana Sampradana is by the surrender of oneself to one's own passions or kamadibaya, as the commentator explains. 1037. Chittam is explained by the commentator as the gross understanding, and Sattva as the subtle understanding. The understanding that is concerned with the images brought by the mind or the senses is called gross, while that which is concerned with ideas about Brahma is called subtle. Kalanjara is explained by the commentator either as standing for the mountain of that name, that is, irremovable as the mountain so called, or as one who destroys the effect of time, that is, one who subdues time instead of being subdued by that universal conqueror. 1038. The purification here referred to consists in transcending the consciousness of duality. Righteousness should be avoided because of its incapacity to lead to emancipation, which is much higher than heaven. Atmanistatva means living in one's real or true nature, that is, merging everything into the soul. This is attained when the consciousness of a duality is transcended. 1039. Atmanam in the first line is the Jiva soul, and Atmani is the supreme soul. In the second line also, the same distinction is observed between the two words. 1040. Brahmanas, who having completed the study of the Vedas have betaken themselves to the domestic mode of life, are so called. Here, probably, the reference is to persons having faith in the Vedas and of pure conduct. 1041. Adhyatma is topic bearing on the soul. Here it signifies the 27 usual topics of philosophical discourse, viz., the 5 organs of action, the 5 organs of knowledge, the mind and 3 others called chitta, etc., the 5 vital breaths, the 5 elementary substances, desire, acts, and avidya. 1042. The second clause of the second line is explained by the commentator as Yasmin Kamani Nimitsati Nupasyati. 1043. The grammatical construction is gan by a paramagatigan and nativatanti. The meaning is this: mind, understanding, and nature, or individual disposition of man or animal or vegetable, etc., are all due to their own previous states. Nature, in particular, being the result of the desires of a past state of existence. Such being their origin, they too are due to the 5 entities named. As regards their functions, it is said that having reached to that which is gan by a parama, that is, srotudikaryam swarupam, they do not transcend the gunas themselves, or in other words, having become endued with the faculty or power of seizing particular attributes, such as scent, form, etc., they actually seize or apprehend them. 1044. In other words, the senses and the mind are nothing but the understanding displayed in a particular shape or form. The principal function of the mind is to cherish and discard impressions. The understanding is nischay-atmaka, or engaged in arriving at certainty of conclusions. 1045. Everything above the soles of the feet and below the crown of the head is, of course, the whole body or self or the person. As minkatai is, ahamitai yat-dasanam tasminkaranai. There can be no doubt that the commentator correctly explains the meaning. 1046. Neniyate is, as the commentator explains, an instance of karmakadari prayoga. Hence, the meaning is that both the attributes of form etc. and the senses with mind which apprehend those attributes are the understanding itself, so that when the understanding is not, these also are not. The object of this verse is to establish the identity of the understanding with the senses, the mind, and the attribute with the senses and the mind apprehend. Both the vernacular versions are inaccurate. 1047. The three attributes of rajas, tamas, and sattva do not spring from any different thing but from their own counterparts existing in a previous state of existence or life. They arise from their respective states as they existed with the chitta or understanding in a previous life. Hence chitta, and the objects of the senses and the senses also arising from it, are all affected by these three gunas. 1048. The last word in the first line is not prabodhita but aprabodhita. 1049. In the original, the word Atman is used in various senses. Sometimes it stands for the Jiva soul, sometimes for the Supreme Soul, sometimes for essence or the principal portion of anything, sometimes for one's own self, and sometimes even for the person or body. It is not difficult to distinguish in which sense the word is used in what place. 1050. Vela is tide or current. The understanding, although it exists with the three states of sattva, rajas, and tamas, can yet transcend them by yoga. The ordinary and extraordinary states of the understanding are spoken of in this verse. 1051. The Bengal texts make this a verse of one line. In the Bombay text, verse 9 is made a triplet, so that this line is included in it. Medayani is explained as Meda, Rupadi Jnanam, Tatradani. 1052. If I have understood this verse correctly, the theory of perception laid down is a sort of idealism which has not, perhaps, its counterpart in European metaphysics. The senses are first said to be only modifications of the understanding. The mind also is only a modification of the same. A particular sense, say the eye, becomes subservient to the understanding at a particular moment. As soon as this happens, the understanding, though in reality it is only the eye, becomes united with the eye, and entering the mind raises an image there, the consequence of which is that that image has said to be seen. External world there is, of course, as independent of mind and understanding. That which is called a tree is only an idea or image created in the mind by the understanding with the aid of the sense of vision. 1053. The speaker here combats the theory that the qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas inhere to the objects themselves of the senses. His own view is that they inhere to the mind, the understanding, and consciousness. The qualities may be seen to exist with objects, but in reality they follow objects in consequence of their permanent connection with the mind, the understanding, and consciousness which have agency in the production of objects. The commentator cites the instance of a wife's beautiful and symmetrical limbs, These excite pleasure in the husband, envy in a co-wife, and desire, mixed with pain at its not being gratified, in a weak-hearted gazer. All the while the limbs remain unchanged. Then again, the husband is not always pleased with them, nor is the co-wife always filled with envy at their sight, nor is the gazer always agitated. Like the spokes of a wheel which are attached to the circumference and which move with circumference, the qualities of sattva, etc., attached to the mind, understanding and consciousness, move along with them, that is, follow those objects in the production of which the mind, etc., are causes. 1054. This version of verse is offered tentatively. I give the substance without following the exact order of the original. Compare this verse with 42 of section 194 ante. 1055. As soon as the darkness of the understanding is dispelled and true knowledge succeeds, the soul becomes visible. 1056. That is, who adopts the sannyasa or the last mode of life after having duly gone through the preceding modes. 1057. Ganan in the first line means Vishayan, in the second line it means Satyavadan, Vikriyatu is Vikrampajamanan. How the understanding creates objects has been explained in previous sections. 1058. Nanuvatanti is explained by the commentator as Nagatadivat Nasyanti Kintu Rajjiragadaiva Bada Eva, etc., and he concludes by saying that according to this theory Naranvyanas are Eva Gunanam, or, in other words, that the gunas are not so destroyed by knowledge that they do not return. 1059. According to the speaker then, there is not much practical difference between the two opinions here adverted to, and one's course of conduct will not be much affected by either of the theories that one may, after reflection, adopt. 1060. Janmasamadhi is explained as certain to be acquired by virtue of birth or of the practice of the duties laid down for one's own order. Paranam is moksha prapakam. 1061. The Bengal reading Buddha is preferable to the Bombay reading Siddha, which would be pleonastic in view of what follows in the second line. 1062. Lokam is explained as lokiye titi loka, that is, objects of enjoyment such as wife, etc., atram, is afflicted with faults or defects. Ubayam kritakritam is as the commentator explains, sokasakarupam or rupitam and anurupitam. 1063. Many of the verses of this and the previous section correspond with those of section 194 ante. Many verbal changes, however, are noticeable. In consequences of those changes, the meaning sometimes becomes lightly and sometimes materially different. 1064. Gokarabaya, literally, pastures, is used here to signify all external and internal objects upon which the senses and the mind are employed. Their proper home or abode is said to be Brahma. 1065. The absence of anything like precision in the language employed in such verses frequently causes confusion. The word Atma, as used in the first line, is very indefinite. The commentator thinks it implies Ashanabadi, that is, the perishable understanding. I prefer, however, to take it as employed in the sense of chit as modified by birth. It comes, I think, to the same thing in the end. The inner soul is, perhaps, the soul or chit as unmodified by birth and attributes. 1066. Abhava Pratipatti Atma is explained by the commentator as for the attainment of the unborn or the soul. 1067. The commentator explains the first line thus: Ye the savani matan itatha et ani vacansi me. He takes the words Ye the tatha kathai dani maya as implying that I have treated of the topic Ye thatathaina. 1068. The commentator explains that Tasya has reference to Gandhad. Prakaram means Vyavahara. Pasyata is Vidushka. 1069. That is, one that only knows the Vedas and has observed the vow of Brahmacharya is not a superior Brahmana. To become so requires something more. 1070. I follow the commentator closely in rendering this verse. Savavit is taken in the sense of Brahmavit. Akama is one contented with knowledge of self. Such a man, the Srutis declare, never dies or perishes. The two negatives in the last clause nullify each other. The Birdwin translator, with a gloss before him, for he cites copiously from it, misunderstands the negatives. K.P. Singer is correct. 1071. Avanat is explained as Janesh Jainayar in Anusarnat. 1072. Kamakantu is explained as Kamehanta, that is, Minahara. 1073. Heaven is Brahma invested with attributes. Tranquility of soul is Brahma uninvested with attributes. Upanishad is explained as Rahas-yam. This renders recondite object. The sense of the verse is that each of the things mentioned is useless without that which comes next, and as tranquility or Brahma when invested with attributes is the ultimate end, the Vedas and truth, etc., are valuable only because they lead to tranquility. 1074. Both the vernacular translators have rendered this verse wrongly. In the first place, Ikshasi is equivalent to Ikshita. Santoshat is for the sake of Santosha. Satwam is Buddhiprasidam. Manas is explained as Sankalpa or Samsaya. The grammatical order is Sokamanasis Santapya Kladanam. The commentator adds Santapamiti Namulantam, that is, formed by the suffix namul. 1075. Samagra is literally full or complete, implying that such a man becomes Jnanatripta. Only 5 attributes are mentioned in this verse, but Santosha mentioned in verse 13 should be taken to make up 6. 1076. Both the vernacular translators have rendered this verse incorrectly. In the first place, Shadbi has reference to the 6 things mentioned in verse 11 and 12 above. These 6 again should be Satwagun Upteh, that is, destitute of the attributes of Rajas and Dharmas. Unless freed from those 2, even the 6, of themselves, will not lead to knowledge of the soul. Tribi has reference to Sravana, Manana, and Nidhi Asna. Ayasham is residing within the body. Pritya implies transcending consciousness of body Ojavativa Didi Habimanadathaya. Tamganam is Muktilakshanam. The sense, in a simple words, is this: transcending all consciousness of body, they that succeed in knowing the soul which resides within the body become emancipated. The first line of the verse simply points out how the soul may be known. 1077. Anviti is explained as Vadhate. 1078. The reading I adopt is say Vaishshani, and not Havaishshani, although the latter is not incorrect. In treatises on yoga, Vaishya imply the gross elements and the 11 senses including the mind. Avaishya imply the 5 subtle elements, Tanmatrani, and Buddhi. Bigunan is meant Mahat and Avyakta or Prakriti. If Avaishshani be taken, the reference to the subtle elements would imply that the grosser ones have already been transcended. 1079. Atikrantaganikshayam, that is, one who has transcended disregards the very puissance that the destruction of the gunas is said to bring about. 1080. Kariyatam is Prakriti, which alone is active, Purusha being inactive. Paramamkaranam is, of course, Brahma uninvested with attributes. 1081. Vandwani is governed by Anashthaita. Mahat here is elaborate. The speaker, having first discussed the subject elaborately, intends to speak of it in brief in this section. 1082. Panchasu is explained by the commentator as Panchatmakeshu. Hence, he properly points out that Bhava and Abhava and Kala are included by the speaker within bhutas or primary elements. Bhava implies the four entities called Kama, Samanya, Vaishya and Samavaya. By Abhava is meant a negative state with respect to attributes not possessed by a thing. We cannot think of a thing without thinking of it as uninvested with certain attributes, whatever other attributes it may possess. 1083. Enlarged, the constructions of the original becomes thus, Uttareshu, Bhutshu, Purvabhuta, Guna, Santi. 1084. Uttara imply the three entities known by the names of avidya, ignorance, karma, desire, and karma, acts. This part of the verse is skipped over by the vernacular translators. 1085. That is, the soul when invested with avidya and desire becomes a living creature and engages in acts. It is through consequences then that are derived from acts that the infinite soul, or chit, becomes Jivatman. 1086. This is a very difficult verse, and no wonder that both the vernacular versions are defective. K.P. Singer gives the substance, skipping over many of the words. The Birdwind translator, though citing largely from the gloss, misunderstands both verse and gloss completely. The grammatical construction is this: Ebisave kalatmarke bhavehanvitam savamya or kalushyam pasyati, sa, samaham karma nanuvatate. Savam here refers to pranajitam or the entire assemblage of living creatures. Kalatmarke bhave is panyape padi samskaratmabih. Bhave is taken by the commentator as equivalent to bhavanabih. I prefer to take it in the sense of entity. He who looks upon these as a kalusham, that is, as unstained chit, that is, he who has a knowledge of the soul, becomes freed from samaham karma, that is, succeeds in becoming nishkama in consequence of his acquaintance with Atma-tattva. 1087. Conversant with the scriptures, that is, yogin, acts laid down in the scriptures are the practices connected with yoga. Sariranam, the commentator takes, implies the soul is invested with a subtle body. Of course, Sariran as distinguished from Sariran generally means the soul or the owner of the Sariran without reference to the body. Hence, the word cannot be taken as referring to the soul as uninvested with the lingasarira. 1088. I follow the commentator in his exposition of this verse. Sahatu is nivida, Drysyamana is explained as though unseen by the eye is yet realized through instruction and by the aid of reason. 1089. Taper is rasam imandalam. Pratirupam is pratupade. Satwam is sattvapradan lingam. The sense, in a simple words, seems to be that the yogin beholds within his own body and those of others the souls or chits residing there as invested in subtle forms. 1090. Both Atmashantitam and Karmajam Rajas are governed by Jahatam. The first means all that is, Kalpata in self that is, the creations of the understanding or the mind, implying, of course, the objects of the senses or the external world. The second means Kamadi via sanam, that is, the calamities constituted by desire, etc. Pradhanadvamaktu is one who is freed from identity with pradhana or the universal cause, hence, the puissance that yoga brings about. Such yogins have their subtle forms under complete control under all conditions and at all times. They can enter at will into other forms. Sattvatma is Lingadika. 1091. Satatam qualifies Anvita. Nityam qualifies Charishnu. Sadanajya is explained by the commentator as in reality terminable, though the words always etc. have been used. The plain meaning of the verse is that yogins, in their linga body, rove everywhere, not excluding the most blissful regions in heaven itself. 1092. The meaning is this: like yogins, ordinary men even have the linga sariram. In dreams, the gross body is inactive. Only the subtle body acts and feels. The Birdwind translator misunderstands this verse completely. 1093. Atikrimanti is understood at the end of the verse. Vajrapamani is explained by the commentator as so undying that they are not destroyed at even the universal destruction, hence, of course, the Karuna bodies. The Karuna bodies are the potentialities existing in the Tanmatra of the elemental substances, of forming diverse kinds of linga bodies in consequence of the acts of jiva in previous periods of existence. 1094. Eta is Madakdam Vakyam. Yogam implies yoga pradhanam. Samadhasamam has referenced yogam. What the speaker wishes to say in this verse is that dhyana is not laid down for sannyasins alone, but it is laid down for all others as well. 1095. Pradhanam is avidya or ignorance. Vinyoga is viparinama. The particle anu always interpreted as following the scriptures or some special branch of knowledge that treats of the subject spoken of. 1096. The correct reading is a isay, meaning made of iron, and not a isay. KP Singh adheres to the incorrect reading. The chains of iron here are either the diverse longings cherished by worldly men, or, perhaps, the bodies with which men are invested. 1097. The dual genitive dakaya is used because worldly sukha also is regarded as dukkha. Tyajamana is equivalent to Ty acta mixture. It is an instance of hatas anash. 1098. Yena is explained as Striyadina Ichuna. Sa is Striyadih. Samrahati is Vadhayati. Tam is Vadhakam. 1099. Udriate is literally tears up. The use of the word asina suggests also cutting. The root of the tree, of course, is avidya or ignorance. 1100. KP Singh wrongly translates the first line. The Birdwind translator quotes the gloss without understanding it. The first half of the first line, literally rendered, is the senses are the mind citizens, meaning, as the commentator rightly explains, that they are citizens under the lead of the mind. Dada means for the sake of the senses, that is, for cherishing them. Prakriti is Mahati Kriya Pravriti. Dada is Kriya Phalam, that is, happiness or misery. The meaning, in brief, is this: the body is a city. The understanding is its mistress. The mind is her principal servitor. The senses are the citizens under the lead of the mind. In order to cherish the senses, the mind engages in acts productive of visible and invisible fruits, that is, sacrifices and gifts, and the acquisition of houses and gardens, etc. Those acts are liable to two faults, viz., rajas and dharmas. The senses, both in this life and the succeeding ones, depend upon the fruits, happiness or misery, of those acts. 1101. The meaning is this: the senses, the mind, the understanding, etc., are all due to acts. These, therefore, are said to rest upon acts and draw their sustenance therefrom. 1102. I expand the first line of 14 for giving the meaning clearly. 1103. The sense is that the understanding, being stained or afflicted, the soul also becomes stained or afflicted. Inam is Atmanam. Viritam is placed like an image upon the mirror. 1104. Because the sun had not yet obtained the light of full knowledge. 1105. It is curious to note how carelessly this verse is rendered in the Birdwin version. In the Bengal texts there is a misprint, viz. Tatha Foraza. The Birdwind translator does not notice it, but gives just 8 qualities instead of 10. Capacity to be congealed is to be inferred from Char. KP Singer is correct. 1106. The Rishis, it is evident, regarded an entity not as an unknown substance in which certain known properties inhered, but as the sum total of those properties themselves. So far as the human mind is concerned, there is no warrant for the proposition that matter is an unknown substance in which extension and divisibility, etc., inhere. On the other hand, matter, as it appears to us, is only extension, divisibility, etc., existing in a combined state. 1107. The elements are 5 in number. Their properties number 50. The 5 especial properties of the understanding should be added to those 5 and 50. The total, therefore, of the properties of the understanding comes up to 60. 1108. This in a difficult verse. Anipatam is agama viradam. The grammatical construction, as explained by the commentator, is this: tat, tasmenopervisliko kokt vishayayat, anagatam tavaukdam tat chintaklilam. Tuam tu, samprati ir, lok, tat, madukdam, butadha dattuam savamavapu buta prabhavat santipadi bhava. Butadha is Brahma, and bute prabhavat is Brahma's word. This is an instance of the ablative with layap understood. What Bhishma wishes Yudhishthira to do is not so much to attend to the various theories about the origin of the universe, but to carefully attend to the method of attaining to Brahma. To be of tranquil heart, of course, implies the possession of a nirvritika buddhi. 1109. That is, they could be slain by only their equals who were engaged with them, meaning that all those warriors were very superior men. They could not possibly be slain by others than those with whom they fought. 1110. In the case of gods and rishis, thinking and summoning are the same. 1111. The commentator explains that the accusatives in the first line of verse 5 governed by harm in the previous verse. 1112. A padmarka consists of 10 digits, that is, 1,000 millions or a billion according to the French method of calculation. 1113. To lead a life in the woods with the deer and after the manner of the deer confers great merit. Vide the story of Yayati's daughter Madhavi in the Udyoga Parvamanti. 1114. The commentator explains that this means that death would attain to the status of all-pervading Brahma. Even this is the boon that the self-born grants her for protecting her against iniquity and laying her ears. 1115. That is, being freed from wrath and aversion. 1116. Vasishta's work commences with the query, what is Dharma? The first answer is anything consistent with the Srutis and the Smritis. Then comes Sishtakara, or the conduct of those called Sishtu or the good. 1117. However casuists may argue and moralists pretend, a lie like that of Sir Henry Lee for saving his prince from the hands of Cromwell, vide Woodstock, or like that of the goldsmith's son, even when he was dying, for saving the Prince Chevalier from the hands of his would-be captors, is excusable in the estimation of many and even meritorious according to some. The world again is agreed that if an adulterer be called into the witness box, perjury would be a venial offence compared with the meanness of betraying the honour of a confiding woman. Hence, the exclusion of such a witness, according to almost every system of law, in trials for adultery. The rishis wrote for men and not angels. The conduct referred to is that of the good and pious. 1118. In explaining verse 7, the commentator uses the words that I have enclosed within parenthesis. According to him, Verse 9 hath reference to the robbed thief while he goes to the king for invoking justice. 1119. There is another reason why one should not give way to intoxication of might and should not set at naught the eternal injunction against taking what belongs to another. K.P. Singer incorrectly translates this line. 1120. Implying that such a man is always alive to his own faults. He never thinks that others are guilty of an offense which he, in a moment of temptation, may have committed. 1121. K.P. Singer wrongly translates this line. 1122. The construction is not at all difficult, yet both the vernacular translators have misunderstood it, the Birdwin version being thoroughly unintelligible. This is only another form of the well-known saying, "Do to others as you would that they should do to you." 1123. The Birdwin translator gives an incorrect version of the second line. Yad is equivalent to yedi, and yazia stands for anyam. The genitive inflection is used for the accusative. Data stands for Tasman, implying or paper to the shay. Curiat is drigokari curiat. 1124. The surplus should not be coveted for its own sake but for such use. 1125. The second line is incorrectly rendered by K.P. Singer. 1126. Priyabupagadam is Priyina Prapdam and not hins Aya. 1127. I am not sure that I have understood the original correctly. Nilakantha says that the sense intended to be conveyed is that Yudhishthira finds fault with Bhishma's previous course on the indications of righteousness. 1128. The argument, as explained by the commentator, is this. Bhishma has said that righteousness and its reverse arise from one's acts producing happiness or misery to others, and that they both affect one's future life in respect to the happiness and misery enjoyed or endured therein. But living creatures, says Yudhishthira, are seen to take their births, exist, and die, of their own nature. Nature, therefore, seems to be the efficient cause of birth, existence, and death, and not the declarations in the Shrutis, consistent though those declarations be with considerations of felicity or the reverse. The study of the Vedas, therefore, cannot alone lead to a knowledge of righteousness and its reverse. 1129. Distress may be of infinite variety. Derogation also from duty may, therefore, be of infinite variety. It is impossible to note these derogations, justifiable in view of the degree of distress felt, in any code of morals, however comprehensive. 1130. The commentator cites the example of Sudras listening to forbidden scriptures in expectation of merit. They commit sin by such acts. Then again, high Brahmanas like Agastya, by cursing the denizens of the Dandaka forest, achieved great merit. In persons universally called ordinary or even low, indications are observable of good behavior, and in those acknowledged to be good and respectable, acts may be noticed that are not good. That therefore, which is called the conduct of the good is extremely unascertainable. 1131. The commentator cites the instance of the stoppage of the horse sacrifice in consequence of the interference of Indra with Janamejaya, while the latter was bent upon celebrating one for the acquisition of merit. 1132. The vapoury edifices and forms seen in the distant sky are called Gandharva Nagara from the peculiar belief that they are cities or towns inhabited by the Gandharvas, a class of beings superior to men. They appear to the view only to disappear very soon. What the speaker wishes to say is that sacrifices and religious acts at first appear romantic and delightful in consequence of the fruits they hold forth, viz., heaven and felicity. But when they are examined by the light of philosophy, they disappear or shrink into nothingness, for as acts, they are transitory and their consequences too are of the same character. 1133. The object of this verse is to show that it is extremely difficult to ascertain who the good are whose conduct should be taken as the standard of righteousness. 1134. The commentator cites the instance of Drona and others of that class. These men must be regarded as Mahajanas and Sadhus, but how can their conduct be regarded as righteous? What Yadish theorem means to say is that the standards of righteousness or that by which a good man may be known, is difficult of ascertainment. 1135. The example of Viswamitra, Jamadanya, and Vasishtu are cited by the commentator. The first won pre-eminence by his mastery over weapons. The second lost his character as a Brahmana by the profession of arms. The third lost nothing although he punished Viswamitra's insolence by using even carnal weapons. 1136. What Yadish theory says here is that righteousness or virtue or duty does not depend upon the Srutis or the Smritis, nor upon considerations of happiness or misery. On the other hand, righteousness is arbitrary in respect of its standard, that being called righteous which was called so by the learned of ancient times. As regards happiness or misery, its cause is eternal nature. 1137. In this connection, that is, the subject of the true cause to which is to be ascribed the dispensation of happiness or its reverse. 1138. His gross body was within the water. Nevertheless, by yoga power, he was able to rove over the world in his subtle body and beheld everything he wished to see. 1139. Kriya is explained by the commentator as implying the possession of Vedic law. 1140. This was a new vow that Jijli began to observe, the vow, viz., of travelling over the entire earth, sleeping there where evening overtook him. 1141. A banier's shop is a miscellaneous depot. It contains chiefly spices and drugs, but there is no article for domestic use that may not be found in such a shop. 1142. Bandajivana is one who lays out capital and lives upon its profits. 1143. Charan is Sancharanam for food. 1144. In some of the Bengal texts, verse consists of 3 lines. The third line, however, is omitted in the Bombay edition. 1145. The commentator observes that in the second line the speaker explains what morality with its mysteries is. 1146. Padmaka or Padmakashtu is the rootstock of Nymphia lotus. A kind of medicinal wood also is indicated by it, which is brought from Malwa and southern India. To this day, it enters into the composition of many drugs used by Hindu physicians. Tunga is either the filaments of the lotus, or the tree called Punaga, which is identified with the Calophyllaminophyllum of the Linnean genera. The Bombay reading Parikshane for Parikshane does not seem to be correct. 1147. In the Bengal editions, verse consists of 1 line. In the Bombay text, it is included with the 10th verse, which is made a triplet. The meaning is that weighing creatures, I regard all of them as equal. In my scales a Brahmana does not weigh heavier than a Chandala, or an elephant heavier than a dog or cat. 1148. The sense is this: there is variety in this world. It is, however, like the variety of aspects which the sky shows. It is the same Godhead that manifests itself in diverse forms, even as it is the same sky that puts forth various aspects in consequence of the appearance and disappearance of clouds. 1149. Divirapahitadwara means persons whose doors, senses, have been closed by the deities, that is, men with senses that are defective or lost. 1150. That state is Brahma, and there is no fear of return from it. Hence, it is called Abhayampadam. 1151. The commentator explains that the mention of Putrapotringam indicates that Kulakara or family practices, if not very cruel, are authoritative. 1152. The correct reading seems to be Vimachaya. The sense is this: there is an eternal course of righteousness as laid down in the Vedas. That which is called the conduct of the good may sometimes be stained by some errors. Fools, led by this, give up righteousness itself. On the other hand, wise men, avoiding those errors, take what is good and are saved. An old saying is cited by the commentator to the effect that when all is threatened, a wise man gives up half for saving the remainder. A fool, however, gives up the whole when only half is threatened with destruction. 1153. The word "I" in verse is the only indication of the speaker's desire to allude to the union of relatives in this world. 1154. K.P. Singer quietly omits the second half of the second line. The Birdwind translator, as usual, blunders in rendering it. The fact is, Crossita is not an adjective of Rikat, but stands for the roaring Vadava fire. The commentator distinctly mentions Drishtanti Vadavana. 1155. Both the vernacular translators have misunderstood this verse. 1156. Alpaharilka is explained by the commentator as Alpam Vayasukam Hrdalekava Pratish Thaitamyesham, hence, men who seek ordinary felicity, viz., that which has a termination. The Pativa are, of course, the truly wise, that is, those that seek felicity that is unending. Krishna is Brahma, Dadatan Abhudanamitinanaya Yesham, that is, the truly wise practice it for the sake of Brahma. It is almost impossible to understand verses such as these without the aid of the commentator. 1157. Pardashana has reference to Diva. The Sandayan Divapi is Ashur. The deities become stupefied in his track, that is, fail to see or find it out, for such a man is Zapada, that is, transcends the highest regions of felicity, such as even the region of Brahman, because of their non-eternity. Such a man attains to Brahma, which is infinite and eternal. 1158. Bhuta is explained by the commentator as Brahma, and Bhavya, as heaven or the regions of felicity in the next world. In the Vedas both kinds of duties occur, such as Sama, etc., for Brahma, and sacrifices, and C, for heaven. 1159. The commentator cites some conflicting ordinances about the slaughter of kine. The subject of duty is thus confused, contradictory declarations being noticeable in the Vedas. 1160. Bada here means striking or beating. If taken in the sense of death, the meaning would be putting some to death so that others may be frightened. These verses are a noble protest against the institution of slavery. 1161. Some texts read Prishadrogamlavanaiva, meaning Prishadara perpetrated a great sin by killing a cow, mistaking it for a tiger, as the story goes. 1162. The cow is called the mother because of the use to which she is subservient. Her milk nourishes every infant as much as their mother's bosom. The bull, again, is Prajapati, because like Prajapati he creates offspring and assists man in the production of food. 1163. Nuashur had killed a cow and a bull for honouring the rishis. The latter, however, expressed their dissatisfaction at the act, and cleansed him of the sin in the manner indicated in the text. The commentator cites the instance of how Indra was cleansed of the sin of Brahmanacide. The rishis, in compassion, distributed the sin among all beings of the feminine sex. That sin manifests itself in their periodical flows and the consequent impurity. 1164. The commentator explains that the rishis addressed Nuashur in that style even when they knew that he had not intentionally slain the cow and the bull. The object of the speaker is to show the enormity of the act when done intentionally. 1165. The fact is, all sacrifices, in which injury is done to animal and vegetable life are sacrifices for kshatriyas. The only sacrifice that brahmanas should perform is yoga. 1166. Sacrifices are always attractive for the fame they bring. Their performance depends upon wealth. The acquisition of wealth leads to the commission of many evil acts. 1167. The sense is that in former days when the true meaning of sacrifice was understood and all men performed them without being urged by the desire of fruit, the beneficial consequences that flowed were the production of crops without tillage, and without injury to animals that live in holes and burrows. The good wishes the rishis cherished for all creatures were sufficient to produce herbs and plants and trees. May not this be taken as an indication of the traditional idea of the happiness of Eden before the fall of man? 1168. Bereft of wisdom is explained by the commentator as implying the non-attainment of emancipation. 1169. This verse is exceedingly terse and condensed. In the second line, the words Brahman Nivate Lok, literally rendered, mean who believes that only Brahma exists in the world. The commentator takes these words as implying who regards every essential of sacrifice as Brahma. Although I have followed the commentator, yet I think his interpretation to be rather far-fetched. Why may not the words be taken in a literal sense? He who takes Brahma to be all things and all things to be Brahma, becomes sinless and deserves to be called a Brahmana. The last word of the second line simply means who does not regard his own self as the actor. The view expressed in the Gita is that we should do all acts believing ourselves to be only agents or instruments of the Supreme Deity. Acts are his, we are only his tools. Such a conviction is sure to guard us against all evil acts. 1170. What is said in verse 17 is that when sacrifices are done from a sense of duty, notwithstanding their incompleteness, they become efficacious. It is only when they are performed from desire of fruit that expiation becomes necessary if their completion be obstructed by any cause. Having thus applauded the sacrifices, represented by acts, of the truly wise, other kinds of sacrifices are indicated in verse 18. K.P. Singer translates 18 correctly. The Burdwan version is erroneous. 1171. Swai Ajna is literally sacrifice in one's own self, hence, yoga, Brahmam Vedam is pranava or om. 1172. K.P. Singer erroneously translates this verse. The Burdwan version, so far as it goes, is correct. Savam Brahma is explained as pranava, which is a kalam devatam, for the Srutis declare that Omkar is Avdevatya, Brahmani is Brahmavadi. What is intended to be said in this verse is that when such a man eats and is gratified, the whole universe becomes gratified. In the Vanabhavam, Krishna, by swallowing a particle of pottage, gratified the hunger of thousands of devas' pupils. 1173. Such a man regards all things as Brahma, and himself as Brahma. 1174. K.P. Singer blunders in rendering the second half of the first line. Yasa, the commentator explains, is Mahadyasa or Brahma. The path of the righteous, the commentator thinks, is yoga. 1175. That is, they perform mental sacrifices. 1176. For the reason, that is, because they cannot officiate at the sacrifices of those that are truly good. In the second line, 28 is a triplet. The nominative sadhava is understood. The meaning is that such men, that is, the truly good, accomplish their own duties not for benefiting their own selves but for the good of others. What is said in the third line is that observing both kinds of behavior, that is, that of the good and that of the misguided, I follow the path of the former by abstaining from every kind of injury. 1177. Yajnshu is among sacrifices. Yani has reference to the different kinds of the sacrifices, viz., those performed from desire of fruit and consequently productive of return, and those not performed from desire of fruit and consequently leading to emancipation. Taina stands for Taina Yajnana. What the speaker wishes to lay down is that only a certain class of sacrifices succeed in attaining to an end whence there is no return. 1178. The sense seems to be that they perform mental sacrifices, and not actual sacrifices after having created by yoga power all the necessary articles. 1179. The sin of the slaughtering a cow will not touch such a person, his soul being above the influence of acts. 1180. That is, I have for this reason spoken in praise of renunciation and not that frame of mind in which one acts from desire of fruit. 1181. These are, of course, the indications of complete renunciation. Such a man never bends his head to another and never flatters another, for he is above all want. 1182. Verse 35 is a triplet. In the first two lines the speaker says that one who does not accomplish the acts specified fails to attain to a desirable end. In the last line, idam refers to the duties of a true brahmana or the indications of the renunciation as laid down in verse 34. Devatam kritva is explained by the commentator as Devatameva shivanayam kritva. Yajnam is Vishnu or Brahma as the Srutis declare. 1183. The Munis referred to in the first line are those mentioned in verse 31 above. They are the Atmayajins or mental sacrifices. Kashtam is Gahanam. Asya in the second line refers to the particular yoga of those Munis. Lest the yoga propounded by Tiladara be regarded as altogether new, a circumstance that would detract from their merit, the commentator explains the words Natu as preceded by Kshamama API understood. 1184. Yasmin here is equivalent to Yadi, it being, as the commentator explains, Bhakti Pratirupakamavi Ayam. Eva is equivalent to Avam, meaning Twadakta Prakarina, Atme Tirtha means Atme Virtirtham or Yajnabhamistitra. Prapnu Yat in the second line stands for Prapnu. The use of the singular for the plural is Asho. 1185. What is said here is this: the sacrifices of some men become lost through absence of faith. These men, it is plain, are not worthy of performing any kind of sacrifice, internal or external. The performance of sacrifice, however, is easy. The cow and her products can minister to all sacrifices. In the case of those that are able, full libations of clarified butter, of milk, and of curds, are sufficient to enable them to perform whatever sacrifice they wish. As regards those that are poor, the dust of a cow's hoof and the water in which a cow's tail and horns have been washed were quite sufficient to enable them to perform their sacrifices. Purnahuti should not, I think, be taken as different from clarified butter, etc. 1186. All these verses are exceedingly terse. Aninavina is the mode which the speaker himself advocates, viz., the performance of sacrifices without slaughter of animals. Najayan is an instance heterosatry. After Prakaroti Sradam is understood. Ishtam here means Yagam. Yajanam, as in verse 35 above, is Brahma. 1187. The soul is itself a tirtha. A tirtha, of course, is a spot containing sacred water. One should seek the acquisition of merit in the soul instead of going to places called sacred and lying in different parts of the earth. According to his own ability means according to the best of his power. If one can perform a sacrifice with clarified butter, one should not do it with the dust of a cow's hoofs. 1188. Dharmasya Vakanat Kila is explained by the commentator as Dharmasya Ahinsat Makasya Samvandina Vakanat. I think the words may also mean obeying the voice of Dharma. 1189. The two negatives in the second line amount to an affirmative assertion. 1190. Vayavaswati is appertaining to Vivaswat or Prakasarapashid Atma, hence Brahmavishayini. Daughter of Surya means Satwiki. Faith is Vahavangaman Asi, that is the outward form of speech and mind, implying that it transcends the merit born of speech, recitation, and mind, meditation. 1191. Defects of speech are the incorrect utterance of mantras. Defects of mind are such as listlessness, haste, etc. 1192. Kaudarya is explained by the commentator as miserly. I think it may be taken also in a more extended sense. Then again Vardhursi is a usurer and not necessarily a dealer in corn. 1193. The commentator is entirely silent upon this verse. The two Bengali versions have proceeded in two different ways. The four classes of persons indicated in the previous verses are 1. He that is destitute of faith but is outwardly pure. 2. He that has faith but is not outwardly pure. 3. A miserly person possessed of learning. And 4. A usurer endued with liberality. The answer of Brahman, without touching other points, refers particularly to faith. The liberal man's food is sanctified by faith. The food of him that has no faith is lost. For this reason, the liberal man's food, even if he happens to be a usurer, is worthy of acceptance, and not so the food of the miser even though he may be possessed of Vedic law. 1194. The commentator takes the word divam as implying hard akasam. They sported, not in the ordinary felicity of heaven but in the puissance of yoga. 1195. Gogra is explained by the commentator as a sacrifice in which kine are slain. Yajnavartasya is an instance of the genitive for the accusative. It means Yajnavasthan Adayan Brahmanan. The expression may also mean in the cow pen within the sacrificial enclosure. 1196. Avyakta is explained by the commentator as Yajnadi Dwariva Ketimikchadbih. 1197. Kamakara may also mean recklessness. Vahavid yam is on the outer vidi or altar. The actual slaughter takes place on this vidi. The Birdwind translator misunderstands the word. 1198. Apasya is explained by the commentator as living near an inhabited place. Vedakritasruti are the fruits indicated in the Vedas of the acts laid down in them. Ukara has reference to the duties of the domestic mode of life. Ukara should be made an ashara, that is, should not be followed. The sannyasa mode of life is thus recommended. 1199. The meaning is this: ordinary men abstain from tainted meat, regarding all meat as tainted which is obtained from animals that are not killed in sacrifices and in course of religious acts. The speaker, however, holds that this practice is not worthy of applause, for all meat is tainted, including that of animals slain in sacrifices. K.P. Singer gives the sense correctly, though his rendering is not literal. The Birdwind translator, misunderstanding text and commentary, jumbles them together and gives an incorrect rendering. 1200. Hence there is no need for sacrifices with slaughter of animals, and alcohol, etc. 1201. The sense is this: dangers are always seeking to destroy the body. The body is always seeking to destroy those destroyers. This perpetual war or struggle implies the desire to injure. How then, asks Yiddish Thera, is it possible for any man to lead a perfectly harmless life, harm being implied in the very fact of continued existence? 1202. The sense, of course, is that one should acquire religious merit without wasting one's body. One should not, that is, cause one's body to be destroyed for the sake of earning merit. 1203. On the occasion of the Jatakarma, the sire says, "Be thou as hard as adamant, be thou an axe, unto all my foes." The upperkarma or subsidiary rite is performed on the occasion of the same avardhana or return from the preceptor's abode. It is called subsidiary because it does not occur among the rites laid down in the Griha Sutras. The words uttered on that occasion are, "Thou art my own self, O son." 1204. Bhajya implies such articles as dress, etc. Bhajya implies food, etc. Pravashana is instruction in the scriptures. Garbhadana is the ceremonial in connection with the attainment of puberty by the wife. Simantanyana is performed by the husband in the 4th, 6th or 8th month of gestation, the principal rite being the putting of the minimum mark on the head of the wife. The mark is put on the line of partition of her locks. 1205. In India, in every house 2 sticks were kept for producing fire by rubbing. These were replaced by the flint stone and a piece of steel. Of course, Bryant and May's matches have now replaced those primitive arrangements almost everywhere, and in the hands of children have become a source of great danger to both life and property. 1206. Prana is the organ of generation. Samsal is union. The desires cherished are indicated in the Griha Sutras. Let a child be fair of complexion. Let him be long-lived. Though both parents cherish such wishes, yet their fruition depends more on the mother than the father. This is a scientific truth. 1207. The sense seems to be this: the mother only has correct knowledge of who the father is. The commands of the father, therefore, may be set aside on the ground of the suspicion that attaches to his very status as father. Then, again, if the father be adulterous, he should not be regarded on account of his sinfulness. Chirakaran asks, "How shall I know that Gautama is my father? How again shall I know that he is not sinful?" 1208. The object of this verse is to indicate that when Gautama had ceased to protect his wife, he had ceased to be her husband. His command, therefore, to slay her could not be obeyed. 1209. The commentator argued that man being the tempted, takes the guilt upon himself, woman, being the tempted, escapes the guilt. 1210. The sense is this: the sire is all the deities together, for by reverencing the sire, all the deities are pleased. The mother, however, is all mortal and immortal creatures together, for by gratifying her one is sure to obtain success both here and hereafter. 1211. Dharmasya is explained by the commentator as Yogadharma Sambandhi. Probably, Gautama blames his own carelessness in not having provided, by yoga puissance, against the commission of the offence. The commentator observes that the Rishi's exculpation of Indra himself is due to his own purity of nature and the entire absence of a desire to wrong other people. In reality, however, there can be no doubt that it was Indra who was to blame. 1212. That is, Prince Satyavrat said that the persons brought out for execution should not be executed. The power of kings did not extend over the lives of their subjects. In other words, the prince argued against the propriety of inflicting capital punishment upon even grave offenders. 1213. Verse 10 is a triplet. 1214. The Birdwin translator gives a very incorrect version of this verse. He misunderstands both text and commentary completely. K.P. Singer is correct. 1215. The commentator explains that the object of this line is to show that the very assassin, when he offends, deserves to be chastised. K.P. Singer misunderstands the line completely. The Birdwin version is correct. 1216. Both the vernacular versions of this verse are incorrect. The first half of the first line should be taken independently. The commentator explains that after Geriamsam the words api sasu should be supplied. Aparadapana, etc. is said of offenders in general, and not eminent offenders only. 1217. That is, punishments were not necessary in former times, or very light ones were sufficient. The Birdwin version of this verse is thoroughly ridiculous. 1218. Hence, extermination is the punishment that has become desirable. 1219. Hence, by slaying them no injury is done to anyone in this or the other world. 1220. Padma means the ornaments of corpses. Grave stealers that were in every country. Pisachatis pisakapahatat. Evidently, idiots and mad men were the persons who were regarded to have been possessed by evil spirits. Dayatam is an accusative which, like Samayam, is governed by the transitive verb gavita. Yarkasket means Yarkasket mudiga, nataprajna. The Birdwin version of this verse shows that the person entrusted with this portion of the Kanti was altogether incompetent for the task. K.P. Singer gives the meaning correctly. 1221. The commentator supposes that after Sadhan the word Kartam is understood. The line may also be taken as meaning, if thou dost not succeed in rescuing the honest without slaying the wicked. Bhutabhavya is sacrifice. The prince speaks of exterminating the rogues by slaying them as animals in a sacrifice because of the declaration in the Srutis that those killed in sacrifices ascend to heaven, purged of all their sins. Such acts, therefore, seem to be merciful to the prince, compared to death by hanging or on the block. 1222. The world thus improves in conduct and morality through the king only behaving in a proper way. Cruel punishments are scarcely needed to reform the world. 1223. The period of human life decreases proportionately in every succeeding age, as also the strength of human beings. In awarding punishments, the king should be guided by these considerations. 1224. The word satya is used here for emancipation. Mahadamafhalam is true knowledge, so called because of its superiority to heaven, etc. The way pointed out by Manu is, of course, the religion of harmlessness. In verse 35, there is an address to Prince Satyavrat. It seems, as I have pointed out, that verses 32 to 35 represent the words of the grandsire to whom the prince refers in verse 31. 1225. The redundant syllable is Ashur. 1226. Both acts and knowledge have been pointed out in the Vedas. The Vedas, therefore, being authority for both, one or the other cannot be censured or applauded. 1227. Asha means here Vedic injunctions declared through the mouths of inspired rishis and compiled by rishis. Vidatmana is the Supreme Being himself. The object of the speaker is to show that no part of the Vedas can be censured, for every word in them is equally authoritative, all being God's own. 1228. Devayana is explained by the commentator as Divamatman and Jantiya Bhairati, that is, those by which the soul is reached. The relative strength or weakness of the four modes of life hath been thus indicated. The sannyasi attains to moksha or emancipation, the forest recluse to the region of Brahman, the householder attains to heaven, region of the deities presided over by Indra, and the Brahmacharin attains to the region of the rishis. 1229. The commentator explains that having commenced with the assertion that men should sacrifice from desire of heaven, the speaker fears that the hearer may deny the very existence of heaven. Hence, he takes a surer ground for justifying slaughter, viz., the ground that is connected with the consideration of food. Living creatures must eat in order to live. The very support of life requires the slaughter of life. Slaughter, therefore, is justified by the highest necessity. 1230. That is, there are the essential requisites of sacrifice. 1231. The 7 domestic animals are cow, goat, man, horse, sheep, mule, and ass. The 7 wild ones are lion, tiger, boar, buffalo, elephant, bear, and monkey. 1232. Vichinvita is vivtuit with alamvam understood. Atmana is equivalent to jivat. 1233. All the products of the cow that are named here are not required in all sacrifices. Some are required in some, others in others. Those then that are required, when coupled with ritwajas and dakshina, complete the respective sacrifices or uphold or sustain them. 1234. Samritya means ekakritya and not destroying as the Birdwin translator wrongly takes it. 1235. The Birdwin translator, notwithstanding the clear language of both the text and commentary, wrongly connects the first line of verse 31 with the last line of 30, and makes nonsense of both verses. 1236. By taking the 2 lines of 32 with the last line of 30, the Birdwin translator makes nonsense of the passage. 1237. Brahmanas here means that part of the Vedas which contains the ritual. 1238. Each constitutes the refuge of the other. 1239. There are many such expletives, such as he, huvu, etc. 1240. 4. As the commentator explains, one who has acquired an empire does not seek the dole of charity. In view of the high end that renunciation is certain to bring, what need has a person of the domestic mode of life which leads to rewards that are insignificant compared to the other? 1241. Bahi is grass or straw. Oshadi here implies paddy and other grain. Vihirani, a dryer, implies other kinds of oshadi born on mountains, that is, the soma and other useful hill plants and shrubs. Teshamapimulam gahustiam should be supplied after the first line. Domesticity is the root of these, because these are cultivated or collected by persons leading the domestic mode of life. The argument in the second line is this: Osadabaya prana, pranat vahihna kinshit dris yet, ataviswaziapimulam gahustiam. 1242. Literally rendered, the words are comma without doubt, Vedic mantras enter into persons of the regenerate classes in respect of acts whose effects are seen, and acts whose effects, instead of being seen, depend upon the evidence of the scriptures. Practically, what is said here is that all the acts of a Brahmana are performed with the aid of Vedic mantras. 1243. Mantras are necessary in cremating a Brahmana's dead body. Mantras are needed for assisting the dead spirit to attain to a brilliant form, either in the next world or in this if there be rebirth. These mantras are, of course, uttered in sraddhas. After the dead spirit has been provided, with the aid of mantras, with a body, food and drink are offered to him with the aid of mantras. Kine and animals are given away by the representatives of the dead for enabling the dead ancestor to cross the Vaitarani, the river that flows between the two worlds, and for enabling him to become happy in heaven. The funeral cake, again, according to the ordinance, is sunk in water for making it easily attainable by him to whom it is offered. By becoming a human being, one inherits 3 debts. By study he pays off his debt to the rishis, by the performance of sacrifices he pays off his debt to the gods, and by begetting children he frees himself from the debt he owes to the Pitris. The argument then is this: when the Vedas, which are the words of Supreme Godhead, have laid down these mantras for the attainment of such objects in the next world, how can emancipation, which involves an incorporeal existence transcending the very Karana form, be possible? The very declarations of the Vedas in favor of acts are inconsistent with incorporeal existence or with the negation of existence with dual consciousness of knower and known. 1244. The mention of Divan, as the commentator points out, Rishis and also Pitris. The writer here that these covet is, of course, the sacrificial libation. Brahma Sanjnit implies conversant with Brahma, for the Srutis say that Brahma vid Brahmeva bhavati. 1245. The terseness of the original has not been removed in the translation. Enam is the universal soul dwelling within this physical frame. It refers to the person who constitutes himself to be the soul of all creatures, or one who is conversant with Brahma or has become Brahma itself. That soul is said to have a fourfold nature, viz., it is Virat, all-embracing, Sutra, fine as the finest thread and pervading everything, Antariyamin, possessed of omniscience, and Suddha, stainless. Its 4 mouths, by which are meant the 4 sources of enjoyment or pleasure, are the body, the senses, the mind, and the understanding. What the speaker wishes to point out by this is the Bhattagritva, power of enjoyment, of the soul. The Kartritva, power of action, is then pointed out by the mention of the doors, which are the 2 arms, the organ of speech, the stomach, and the organ of the pleasure, generation. These last operate as doors for shutting or confining the soul within its chamber. They are the screens or avarunas that conceal its real nature. The very gods feel their force, being unable to transcend them or their demands. He who would transcend them and shine in his own stainless nature should seek to control or restrain them. Practically, it is yoga that is recommended for enabling one to attain to the position of the universal soul. 1246. One who has cast off his upper garment is one who clothes himself very scantily only for the sake of decency and not for splendor. 1247. Dwandwaram very likely means here the joys of wedded couples and not the pleasures derived from pairs of opposites. The sense seems to be this, that man is a Brahmana who, without marrying, succeeds in enjoying singly all the felicity that attaches to married life. 1248. In reality all things are, of course, Brahma. Their external aspects are only transformations. The end of all creatures is death and rebirth till absorption takes place into Brahma by means of yoga. 1249. The original is very terse. I have expanded it, following the commentator. Dana Yajna Kriya Phalam is Chitta Siddhi of purity or heart, Antarina is equivalent to Vina. Anu Jananti governs Brahmanyam understood. Anat Phalam in the second line implies heaven and its joys, which satisfy ordinary men. The particle Anu before Jananti is taken to imply Guramenu, that is, following the instructions of preceptors. 1250. These three verses run together and are extremely abstruse. There can be no doubt that the commentator is right. The construction is this: Yam Sadisharam Asarityam Samsritanam Swakamabih Sahitam Tapig Oratwam Magatam Tam Sadisharam Pran Amsaswatam Druvam Dam Shucha Sutritam Kittichit Charitam Isagnuvanta Falavanti Vyashtimanti Druvam Chakamani Muda, Viganani, etc., Pasyanti. The second line of 36 stands by itself as an explanatory sentence referring to some of the characteristics of the Sadishara that is spoken of. Samsritanam refers to men observing the different modes of life. Goratvam Magatam is Samsarandakaran as Akambhavati. What is meant by this is that the penances of such men, along with the duties they are called upon to observe by the particular mode of life they follow, become a terrible weapon, in consequence of their Sadishara, for destroying the evils of worldliness. The Sadishara spoken of here is Nishkamadharma. The latter is known newfangled theory of men of learning but is Paranamsaswatam and Dhruvam. The Falavanti Vyashtimanti and Dhruvakamani which fools regard to be Vijayunani and Anekatitakani are, of course, those acts which are included within the word yoga. In brief, the speaker, in these three verses, wishes to inculcate that wise men, whatever their mode of life, observe its duties. But by virtue of the Nishkamadharma they follow, they convert those duties and their penances into efficient means for dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Fools, on the other hand, unable to practice that Nishkamadharma, look upon it and yoga itself as fruitless and valueless, although the rewards these confer are visible. 1251. The sciences that have disputation only for their foremost object are, according to the commentator, the sciences of the Lokayatikas, the Sautas, or Buddhists, the Gapalikas, etc. The other sciences based on logic that are included within the word agama are the two Mimamsas, Sankhya, and Patanjala. 1252. Ekatmayam is explained by the commentator as Akar Evad Waita Dasana Hina at Mayatra Bhavati. Practically, it is that state of the mind in which one perceives one's identity with everything in the universe. This is the true knowledge which brings about emancipation or is emancipation itself. 1253. They are called robbers of the scriptures because they always seek to rob the scriptures of their true meaning. They are depredators of Brahma because they deny the very existence of Godhead. Niraramba is Kamadyaramba Sunya. 1254. The particle Anu means following the instructions of preceptors. Same refers to Dharana, Dhyana and Samadhi. Some texts read Siddhanti for same yam. 1255. What is intended to be said here is that only a life of renunciation, so hard to follow, can lead to emancipation. The Birdwind translator makes nonsense of the second line of 64 by connecting it with the first line of 65. K.P. Singh omits it entirely. 1256. The Vedas are Savda Brahma or Brahma as represented by sound. 1257. I have expanded this verse, following the lead of the commentator. Some idea may be given of the extreme tediousness of such verses by offering a literal rendering, that lump of matter which is made a human body by what is contained in the Veda, is, afterwards, made a body by the same means. one approaches one's wife after performing the rite of Garbhadhana. In this rite, different deities are invoked to develop different organs and parts of the body of the child to be begotten. Thus begotten, the body of the child is, subsequent to birth, cleansed or purified. All this requires the aid of the Vedic mantras. What Kepler wishes to teach is that commencing with acts, knowledge should finally be acquired. 1258. Yoga is the only way to true knowledge, hence Jnananishtu is Yoganishta. 1259. These and men like these are pointed out as persons deserving of gifts. 1260. That is, in Brahma as possessed of attributes and as freed from attributes. 1261. Matra is explained as Manti Vishaya Anya, that is, the understanding. What is meant by guile in the practice of righteousness may be exemplified as follows. Individual grains of barley may be given away instead of clothes by one unable to obtain clothes for gift. But one giving away barley grains when perfectly able to give away clothes would be guilty of guile. 1262. The scriptures frequently lay down ordinances in the alternative. The absolute or substantive provisions are for the able. Those in the alternative are for them that are unable. 1263. What is meant by the sacrifices, etc., of such men being identical with infinite Brahma is that these men were identical with Brahma and whatever they did was Brahma. They had no consciousness of self, or they did nothing for self. They were the soul of the universe. 1264. What is said here in effect is that at first there was only one course of duties, called Sadashara or good conduct, for all men. In progress of time man became unable to obey all its dictates in their entirety. It then became necessary to distribute those duties into 4 subdivisions corresponding with the 4 modes of life. 1265. Both K.P. Singer and the Birdwind translator have completely misunderstood verse 23 and the first line of 24, which, as the commentator explains, should be construed together. The construction is tam, sadisharam, santagrihya nishkramya eva, sanyasam kritva, vivit prapya paramam gatim gakchanti. Anasanto vanamasarita tam vivat prapya, etc. Simile, grihamiva bisamsaritya anasanta, etc. jato ana, etc. Thus, all the 4 modes, commencing with the last, are spoken of. 1266. It is impossible for anyone to read the Birdwind version of such verses without pitying the Pandit responsible for its accuracy. Without understanding the commentary in the least, the words of the great commentator have been reproduced in the Birdwind version in a strange order, rejecting some of the connecting links without any excuse, and making the collocation utterly unintelligible. K.P. Singer gives the substance very briefly without endeavouring to translate the words. And yet the verse presents almost no difficulty. The last line of 29 and the first line of 30 make one sentence. Chattopanishadama is explained by the commentator as implying Paramatma Vishayinivijaya, Dharma. There are 4 states of consciousness. First, wakefulness. Second, dream. Third, dreamless slumber, Sushupti, and 4th, Turiya, which is reached by Samadhi, abstraction of yoga meditation, and in which Brahma becomes realizable. What is said in these 2 lines is simply this: the duties, dharma, relating to the Chattopanishad or the knowledge of Paramatman, are sadharana or common to all the 4 orders of men and modes of life. Those duties, of course, are sama, dhamma, aparama, titiksha, sarada, samadhi. What is said in the last line of 30 is that brahmanas of pure hearts and restrained souls always succeed by the help of those duties, in acquiring or attaining to the Taraya or consciousness of Brahma. 1267. Apavagamiti is explained by the commentator as Apavaga Pratividya or Brahma Sakshakara Rupavritiriyasminiti. Nityan is avas yaka. Yatadharma is a life of renunciation. What is meant by Sanatana is Sampradayugata. 1268. Sadharana is opposed to Kavala. Yathavalam implies Yathavirajayam. Gakjatam means Purashamatrasi of an Agvyadade. The Birdwind translator misses the sense altogether, and P. Singer quietly passes over the entire second line of this triplet. Devala means he who is wanting in Vairagya. 1269. The commentator explains that the object of this verse is to show that even if there be equality in respect of the end that is attained in next life, there is more of real felicity in a life of renunciation than in a life of enjoyment. The Birdwind translator misses the sense entirely. 1270. The Birdwind translator gives a very erroneous version of this verse. 1271. For by knowledge emancipation is obtained. 1272. Vatchaka is Bastrawara bellows. What is implied is, perhaps, that such a man breathes or lives in vain. 1273. Nasti is explained by the commentator as the past and the future. Nishta is Swarupam. Literally, what is said is that everything is the Vedas, or the Vedas are everything. This is, perhaps, only an exaggerated mode of saying that the Vedas deal with everything. 1274. The sense seems to be that while they that are ignorant regard the universe to be as existent and durable as the thunder or adamant, the man of knowledge regards it to be truly non-existent, though it puts forth the appearance of existence. 1275. I have endeavoured to give a literal version of verse 45. It is difficult, however, to seize the meaning from such mentions. The word used in the first line is tyaga, implying renunciation. The commentator correctly explains that this is that complete renunciation which takes place in samadhi, or the perfect abstraction of yoga. Samaptam is samyakaptam, the vati. This samyak is Brahma. Similarly, santosho is not ordinary contentment but Brahmananda, or the supreme felicity of one who has attained to Brahma. The meaning, then, is this: in the complete abstraction of yoga, that is, samadhi, is Brahma. This all the Vedas teach. In emancipation, again, is the supreme felicity of Brahma. Apavaga is not annihilation but emancipation, which is existence in Brahma without the dual consciousness of knower and known. 1276. I have followed the commentator in his exposition of almost all the adjectives in the text. 1277. The grammatical construction of this verse is very difficult to catch. There can be no doubt that the commentator is right. Taja, Kshama, Santihoma, these are Animayam Sabam, that is, Nirjakasya Sukasya Prapto Hetu. Tatha separates these from what follows. Abim Vyoma Santanam, and Dhruvam are governed by game 8, et Asave refers to Teja and the two others. Abim is explained as Akatrimam, Vyoma as Jagakaranam. The Birdwind translator gives a correct version, although his punctuation is incorrect. He errs, however, in not taking Animayam Sabam as one and the same. K.P. Singers in connecting Animayam with what follows. Tatha. 1278. Nishkriti is literally escape. There is escape for those referred to. Of course, the escape is to be sought by expiation. There is none for an ingrate, for ingratitude is inexpiable. 1279. Asabshu is explained as Asabshu Karmashu Apastichu. 1280. The Brahmin evidently refers to the indifference of Kandadara towards him. He had thought that Kandadara would, in return for his adorations, grant him wealth. Disappointed in this, he says, when Kandadara does not mind my adorations, who else will? I had, therefore, better give up all desire for wealth and retire into the woods. The passage, however, seems to be inconsistent with the Brahmana's indifference to the fine fabrics of cloth lying around him. 1281. Persons who have one ascetic success utter a wish and it is immediately fulfilled. I give thee this, and forthwith what is given in words appears bodily, ready to be taken and appropriated. The words of such persons do not follow their meanings, but meanings follow their words. 1282. The Birdwind translator makes nonsense of this verse. He forgets his grammar so completely as to take et as qualifying loca. 1283. The verse is not difficult, the commentator, again, is very clear. The Birdwind translator, however, while citing the very words of the commentary, totally misunderstands them and makes such nonsense of them. Ekathanam is explained as Ekam Chishasadihis Wara Prativitadarthanam Madaya. The question asked is Dharmatmyo Yajna se Mahita, Vinayakta, Te Diva Vrui and not that Yajna which Sukatam, Bhavati. 1284. One that subsists upon grains of corn picked up from the fields after the reapers have abandoned them is called a person leading the Anja mode of life. The Birdwind translator commits the ridiculous error of taking Anchavriti as the name of the Brahmana. The commentator supposes that Yajna here implies Vishnu, as expounded in the Srutis. 1285. Samaka is a variety of paddy called Panicum fermentatium. Suryapani is otherwise called Mashapani, Ayurvedartha Chandrika. It is identified with Tiramus labialis, Sindot glycine. Shivakala is a name applied to various plants. Here, very probably, Brahmis arca, or Herpestes monjura, Sindot gratiola monura, Lin, is intended. 1286. That is, he never slaughtered living animals for offering them in sacrifices because of his inability to procure them. He, therefore, substituted vegetable products for those animals. His sacrifices, intended to take him to heaven, were really cruel in intention. 1287. Following the Bombay text, I read the last line of it as Sukrasya Panarajati Panadona Madamavat, or Sukrasya Panajnabih, etc. Ajati is a descendant. If Ajnabi be taken as the reading, it would mean at the repeated commands of Sukra. The Bengal reading Apadinatidamavat seems to be vicious. Both the vernacular versions are incorrect. K.P. Singer supplying something of his own will for making sense of what he writes, and the Birdwind translator writing nonsense as usual. 1288. K.P. Singer wrongly translates this verse. For once, the Birdwind translator is correct. 1289. Both the vernacular versions of this verse were incorrect. The commentator explains that the grammar is Rasatilam Didrikshusa Yajna Pavakam Pravishta. Yajni Dushcharitam Kenu, Samipravati Mudojana, that is, fearing to see many other defects in the sacrifice which was being celebrated by an ignorant person. 1290. Vadanjalim is an adverb, qualifying a ayacharta. The Birdwind translator wrongly takes it as an adjective of Satyam. 1291. In verse 8, it is said that it was a descendant of Sukra, viz., the virtuous Panada, who had become a deer and lived in those woods as the Brahmana's neighbor. Here it is said that it was the deity Dharma who had become so. The two statements may be reconciled supposing that Dharma first became the Rishi Parnada and then, as Parnada, was metamorphosed into a deer. Tasya Nishkriti Madatta is explained by the commentator in a very far-fetched way. He takes these words to mean that Dharma, who had become a deer, provided at this juncture for his liberation from that metamorphosis. I think Tasya has reference to the misled Brahmana. 1292. Yajna is explained as Yajnaya Hita. 1293. Samadhanam is the absorption of meditation, or that state of mind in which one has no longer any affection for the world. The re is genitive, but the Birdwind translator takes it for the instrumental singular. 1294. Yodharma is the reading I take, and not no Dharma. 1295. The commentator explains the grammar as Panchanam, Madhyakam, Athamprapya, etc. 1296. This is the mastery or puissance that is brought by yoga, so that the person succeeds, fiats of the will, in creating whatever he desires. 1297. The Birdwind translator gives a ridiculous version of this verse. He cites the commentator's words without understanding them right. 1298. What he does is to abandon Sakamadharma for betaking himself to Nishamadharma, or the practice of duties without desire of fruit, for only such a course of conduct can lead to emancipation. 1299. By Dharma here is meant Nishkama Dharma, for the fruits of Sakama Dharma are not eternal, heaven like all things else having an end. 1300. What is said in this verse is this: when a man wants an earthen jar, he works for creating one. When he has got one, he no longer finds himself in the same state of mind, his want having been satisfied. Similarly, with men desirous of heaven and earthly prosperity as the reward of virtue, the means is pravriti or acts. This or these cease to operate with those who, having acquired such virtue, set themselves for the achievement of emancipation, for within the religion of nivritti is all in all. 1301. That is, by abandoning all kinds of idleness, as explained by the commentator. 1302. That is, by yoga meditation one should regulate and finally suspend one's breath. The yogin can suspend all physical functions and yet live on from age to age. 1303. Nidra here is explained as ananusand ana, or the absence of inquisitiveness or curiosity. By pratibha is meant inquiry after improper things or things that are of no interest. 1304. The truth is that the world is unreal and has no end. 1305. Hunger is to be subdued by yoga, that is, by regulating the wind within the body. Doubt is to be dispelled by certainty. This implies that certain knowledge should be sought for by driving off doubt. The commentator thinks that this means that all skeptical conclusions should be dispelled by faith in the scriptures. By fear, in this verse, is meant the source of fear, or the world. That is to be conquered by the conquest of the six, that is, desire, wrath, covetousness, error, pride, and envy. 1306. What is laid down here is the same course of training that is indicated for yoga. First, the senses are to be merged into the mind, then the mind is to be merged into the understanding, then the understanding is to be merged into the soul, or what is known as the ego. This ego is to be merged at last into the Supreme Soul. When the ego is understood, it comes to be viewed as Brahma. 1307. Pure acts are, of course, those that are included in Nishkama Dharma, and tranquility of soul is the cleansing of the soul by driving away all passions and desires. 1308. Such restraint of speech, etc., or nama is yoga. Kama o anyartha is karmavaya paratina. The sense, the commentator adds, is that one should not desire yoga siddhi, for then, as has been repeatedly indicated in the previous sections, the yogin would fall into hell and succeed not in attaining to emancipation, heaven itself being hell in comparison with the felicity of emancipation. K.P. Singer quietly skips over the last line and the Birdwind translator offers a ridiculously incorrect version. 1309. Yerby means the materials from which. Srigati has paramatma for its nominative, understood. Kale is the time of creation as selected by the Supreme Soul in his own wisdom. Bhava-prakadita is induced by the desire of becoming many, or led by the desire of existence as many or in infinite diversity. 1310. Kalaki is, perhaps, the embodiment of the abstract idea of life of living creatures. Impelled by the understanding, Kalawa life sets itself to the creation of other creatures. These last also are equally the result of the same 5 primal essences. 1311. The construction of the second line is this: Etan shadabinivritan, shavshu karashwing bugatam, vetha, benat iazya razaya, karyani, tatasat. The sense of the last clause is that all this is the effect of those primal essences, all this, therefore, is of those essences. The latter are included in the word asat, or unreal, as distinguished from sat or real of substantial. The soul is sat, everything else is asat. 1312. In previous sections it has been explained how when the chit, which has pure knowledge for its attribute, becomes invested with ignorance, it begins to attract the primal essences towards itself in consequence of the potencies of past acts and take birth in various shapes. The idea of past acts is due to the infinite cycles of creation and destruction, the very first creation being inconceivable. The causes of creation are, therefore, the 5 primal essences, jiva, or chit, the potencies of past acts, and ignorance. 1313. Jnanani is jnanakaranani, that is, perceptions for causes of perception. 1314. The second line of 13 is very condensed. The meaning is this: the eye is the sense of vision. Vision or sight is its function. The object it apprehends is form. The eye has light for its cause, and form is an attribute of light. Hence the eye seizes or apprehends form. By the inference of reason, there is similitude, in respect of attribute or property, between the eye, vision, and form. The commentator explains this clearly: Drashtri dasanadrisyanam triyanamapi gunatamatiyamapapanam. This is indicated with a little variation in the next verse. K.P. Singer skips over the line. The Birdwind translator gives an incorrect version. 1315. Manas is mind, buddhi is understanding, and kshrajna is the soul. What, however, is chitu is difficult to ascertain, unless it means vague or indefinite perception. In some systems of philosophy the chitu is placed above the understanding. 1316. The Bengal reading Yethagantam is preferable to the Bombay reading Yethamama. 1317. The first line of 27 is grammatically connected with the last line of 26. The second line of 27 is very abstruse. The grammatical construction is this: Teobhivyogamanam, Sushaptau, Pratyaksham, Drishtam, Tediva, Nityam, Ipsitam, Cha. What is meant by this is that in ordinary men, the notions during wakefulness are not the notions they cherish during dreams, nor are their notions during dreams identifiable with those they entertain while wakeful. There is similarity but not identity. in eternal sushupti, however, which is emancipation, the notions of wakefulness pass into those of dream, and those of dream pass into those of wakefulness, that is, both, or, rather, the same, for there is then perfect identity between them, become directly apprehensible in sushupti or emancipation. Sushupti or emancipation, therefore, is a state in which there is neither the consciousness of wakefulness nor that of dream, but both run together, their differences disappearing totally. 1318. This is a triplet. 1319. Brahmabhava is explained as follows. When one succeeds in understanding Brahma, one is said to attain to Brahma, as the Srutis declare. The commentator explains that Pathyanti is used with reference to those that are learned in the scriptures. They behold the attainment of the highest end by Jivan not with their physical eyes but with the eye of the scriptures, for they that are themselves emancipated cannot be said to behold the emancipation of another. This is grave trifling for explaining the use of the word Pathyanti. 1320. The commentator points out that possessions of value include even the region of Brahman. Men of knowledge, who seek emancipation, do not set any value on even the joy of the region of the Creator. 1321. The commentator explains that one should not cherish a desire for wealth even for the sake of acquiring virtue therewith. When, however, wealth is obtained without effort, such wealth should be applied to the acquisition of virtue. One is also directed to give up the desire of acquiring wealth, by even innocent means, the reason being that desire, when cherished, is sure to increase and get the better of one's heart. 1322. The commentator observes that the first line means that the man of knowledge should wish for happiness to all, and never wish sorrow to anyone. Savam includes virtue and vice. Of course, the practice of Nishkamadharma is recommended. 1323. All Brahmanas have to pluck flowers in the morning for offering them to the deities they worship. The task takes many minutes, because a good many have to be plucked for the purpose. This being a daily occupation and they going as they do to places where flowers abound, the act of plucking goes on while the plucker is mentally engaged with other things. 1324. The Bengal reading Spatam via Grumrai Gamiva, etc. is preferable to the Bombay reading Spatam via Mahorava. If the Bombay reading be accepted, the meaning would be him death snatches away as a mighty wave sweeps away a sleeping tiger. The idea of a sleeping tiger being swept away by a surging wave is very unfamiliar. 1325. Devas here evidently refer to the senses. The senses are, as it were, cattle. Their true fold is the forest and not peopled cities and towns. In the forest there are no temptations to try them as in the midst of cities and towns. 1326. Jivitadhapanane is connected with Hensati. To take it, as the bird when translated does, as an adjective qualifying pranibhi would be incorrect. 1327. The sacrifice of peace is opposed to the sacrifice of slaughter. The sacrifice of Brahma is yoga which leads to a knowledge of the soul. The sacrifice of speech is Vedic recitation or japa. The sacrifice of mind is contemplation, and that of acts is baths, performance of other acts of purity, waiting dutifully upon the preceptor, etc. 1328. To perform the sacrifice of self is to merge the soul in the Supreme Soul. 1329. The Bombay reading Dandavanam is a blender for the Bengal reading Dandananam. To interpret Vanam as equivalent to abandonment or giving up, by taking the prefix Vi, in the sense of Vigata would be an act of violence to the word. 1330. The Gaho cave referred to is the body. 1331. By Prakriti, as explained in previous sections, is meant primal nature consisting of the 5 great essences of earth, water, etc. 1332. Samupoj, who is explained as apastaichwapi, that is, even when such objects are present and ready for enjoyment. 1333. Maitre Angata, as explained by the commentator, is Suryavat Pratyahavabinnamaga, that is, roving like the sun every day in a different path. The object of the speaker is to lay it down that one solicitous of emancipation should never confine oneself to one spot, but rove or wander over the world without owning a fixed habitation or home. K.P. Singer translates the word wrongly. 1334. In the first line, the Bengal reading Madhyanachakarat is better than Madhyachanakarat. Bradakshinam is Ankalam, and Savyam is Praticulam. The grammar of the second line is not difficult. Besides, the commentator explains it clearly. The Birdwind translator, leaving out the words Bakshakaryam and taking Anapana as equivalent to Vipadapana, gives a thoroughly ridiculous version. K.P. Singer, also, is not correct. The commentator explains that Triyam means Anikagrihatanam, Anapanam is Akarvan. The second foot is unconnected with the first. 1335. Moon, here, is one who has restrained his senses, or who has betaken himself to the path of renunciation. Patra Samkara, I think, is the act of setting the dishes for those who are to dine off them. The commentator explains that it means the motion of those who are to distribute the food. Of course, their motions from the kitchen to the dining hall and back are implied if the word is taken for setting of dishes. The sense remains unaltered. The muni must be abstemious, and hence he should select an hour like this for begging his dole, when there would be very little in the house to give. 1336. Matra is a technical word signifying the taking of food to the extent of only gratification of hunger, or, as explained by Chakrapanidata in his commentary on Chiraka, Dreptamatram. When matra is to be disregarded, clothes, etc., need not be mentioned. Vihanyatu is equivalent to hinsito nasat. 1337. The second line is passed over by K.P. Singer. What is meant by it is that when such a man is respectfully presented with anything, he should hold it in reprobation. Vidi the Sanat Sujatiya sections in Udyogapava, particularly the verses beginning with Yatra Akatyamanasya, etc. 1338. The second line is skipped over by K.P. Singer. The Birdwind translator gives a wrong version. The commentator explains that Anyam refers to Pesachim, and Anatre to Atmani. In the Sanat Sujatiya sections also, a Brahmana's practices are directed to be concealed. To enter his own self is to turn self on self, that is, to withdraw oneself from everything for understanding and contemplating the soul. 1339. By totally abstaining from acts he should avoid both merit and demerit. 1340. This is a triplet. The Birdwind translator misses the meaning of the first half of the first line. The commentator explains that Abhyastam is continuous, Bhautikam is Datvajitam, Atmano Dehendriyadi. Hence, Bhutanam means Anisham Bhutanam. 1341. To think beforehand of the food one is to take is to convert oneself into ment. The sannyasin, without thinking of the food he would take, and without mentally indulging in a foretaste thereof, should take what he gets without exertion. 1342. Sanjna come from the root na meaning marana or killing. 1343. The two negatives in the first line are equivalent to an affirmative. Prasangatu is explained by the commentator in a slightly different way. Affluence, in consequence of the attachment to generates, stands in the way of emancipation. Hence, that is, in consequence of this consideration, the king's opinion regarding affluence is correct. With respect to the certainty of attaining to emancipation, compare Gita, Vahanamjan Manamantijnanavan Mam Prapadyate, etc. 1344. The object of this verse, as explained by the commentator, is to exhort Yudhishthira to strive after emancipation without being at all moved by his happiness or misery which, as stated here, come to Jiva as accidents. 1345. The wind has space for its progenitor. Jiva has the stainless and immutable chit for his progenitor. Like the wind, which is hueless, catching hues from surrounding objects and making its own hueless progenitor look as if it has hues, Jiva also, though in reality stainless, catches stains from ignorance and acts and makes his own progenitor, the stainless and immutable chit, display stains of every kind. This is how the commentator puts the simile, supplying the points that have been omitted in the text. 1346. These aphorisms are very abstruse. What is meant by saying that the attainment of Brahma does not depend upon acts is this: acts are terminable. Their consequences also are terminable. Acts, therefore, can never be the means by which Brahma can be attained, for Brahma is interminable and eternal, not like the felicity of heaven which is changeful. The only means by which Jiva may revert to Brahma is by dispelling ignorance through knowledge, or, as the Upanishads declare, one attains to it as one gets one's forgotten necklace of gold, which all the while is on the neck though sought for with assiduity everywhere. K.P. Singer misunderstands it completely. What is meant by the direction about reverencing persons who have attained to Brahma is this: the existence of Brahma and the possibility of Jiva's reverting to that immutable status are matters that depend upon the conception of such men. Brahma, again, is so difficult to keep, that the great sages never desist for a moment from the culture that is necessary for its retention. 1347. Intermediate, that is, as animals and birds and reptiles and worms, etc. 1348. That is, if righteous, one attains to happiness, if otherwise, to the reverse. 1349. Verse 21 and the first line of 22 are grammatically connected. 1350. Me in the second line is equivalent to Maya. Tata is Tatra Yudakal. Hari had come to aid Indra, and hence Vritra had beheld him. He is called Hari because he takes away one's sins. Besides the well-known derivation of the word Narayana, the commentator here offers another, viz., the Ayanamolastganam of Nara or Jivasanga. 1351. Vaikuntha has various etymologies. The commentator inclines to explain it as one who brings together all creatures. Purusha is full. As applied to Narayana, it, of course, means one who has no defect but who is the sole representative of fullness. Sakla or Sadwapya. Vishnu is all-pervading. Sanatan is kutastha or uniform or immutable. Manjagisa is possessed of yellow hair, or hair of the hue of manja grass. Harismisra is having a tawny beard. 1352. Penances are meritorious. The very sight of Hari that I obtain was as efficacious as a course of the austerest penances. Of course, in consequence of that and my other penances great have been the rewards that I have enjoyed. It seems, however, that the full measure of rewards has not been reaped. The remnant is to be enjoyed by me now, for I am about to ask thee about the fruits of acts. Sacred and highly auspicious is my inquiry. To make it is, in itself, a reward. 1353. Via acts are, of course, sacrifices and other religious acts. Via Bayantara acts are meant anti, danti, aparati, titikshaw, and samadhi, that is, the usual course of mental training necessary for yoga. What the speaker intends to lay down in this verse is that sacrifices are not entirely useless. These may lead to chittasuddhi, or the cleansing of the heart, which, when attained, leads to knowledge of him or the soul, or to emancipation or infinity. 1354. The comparison lies in the fact of the desirability of the two acts. No one likes the stains the body may catch to remain unwashed or unwiped off. Similarly, no one should neglect to wash off the faults that the heart may catch. There is no comparison between the two acts with regard to the degree of effort necessary to accomplish each. 1355. Efforts born of practice refer to both external and internal sadhana. 1356. Karma-vaishan is explained by the commentator as equivalent to Ragaviraghatan. 1357. Sampravatanti and Tishtanti are thus explained by the commentator. 1358. In the previous verses, the speaker describes the training that one should undergo. In this and the following ones, he speaks of the object to be known. Sriman is explained as a Sriyatiti Srif, that is, Apadih Dadvan. Hari is Sambarata. Narayana is Saravasraya. Prabhu is Savanayanta. Deva is Dyotatiti, that is, Chinmitra. These etymologies must be grasped for understanding this verse. 1359. The mutable in all creatures is the combination of the five primal essences. The immutable in them is jiva, or chit, as invested with ignorance. The 11 modifications that constitute his essence are the 11 senses of knowledge and action with the mind. Equipped with these 11, he drinketh the universe, that is, enjoys it. The rays are these senses themselves. Equipped with the senses, he enjoys the universe with the senses. 1360. His mind is in the moon. That is, his mind is the moon. The expression waters in the Ganges implies a distinction that does not exist between container and contained, for Ganges means the water so named. 1361. The sandhi between Sa and Akramenam is Ashur. 1362. Dharma has various meanings, all of which, however, were closely created with one another. As duty, or the assemblage of all acts which we should do, it is both righteousness and religion. 1363. The sacrificial grahas or patras, vessels, were called after the names of the deities Indra, Vayu, Soma, etc. The 16 Ritwajas are Brahman, Hotri, Adyara, Ugadri, etc. 1364. Verse 21 to 23 show the unity of the divine being. The variety perceived is only apparent, not real. 1365. Verse 31 and 32 are not difficult, yet the Birdwind translator makes nonsense of the same. 1366. This is elaborated in the Vishnu Purana, Part 1, Sec. V. There are 3 primary creations, viz., Mahat, the 5 primal essences in their subtle forms, and the senses. From the 6 colours again 6 other creations have sprung. To the dark colour is due all immobile creatures, to the tawny all the intermediate order of creatures, viz., the lower animals and birds, etc. To the blue are due human beings, to the red the Prajapatis, to the yellow the deities, and to the white are due the Kumara, that is, Sanat Kumara and others. 1367. Emancipation is so difficult. 1368. The construction of the first line is this: Sabam Darsanam, auspicious scriptures, Gatwa, Prapya, Divayam Gatim, identical with Darsanam, Atmanubhavatmakam, Aha, Gati is naturally dependent on Vana, and Vana upon time or acts. 1369. There are 10 senses of knowledge and action. To this must be added manas, buddhi, ahankara and chitta, which are sometimes called the 4 karanas. In consequence of these 14 different kinds or merit and demerit may be achieved by jiva who is their possessor. These 14 kinds of merit and demerit also are subdivided into hundreds of thousands each. Jiva, in course of his wanderings through the universe, ascends in the scale of being, stays in particular rungs, and falls down from them into lower rungs. Accordingly, what the speaker wishes to inculcate is that these 14 should always be towards the attribute of sattva or goodness. 1370. This life, it should be noted, leadeth to jiva's transformation as an immobile object. A creature of dark who becomes addicted to wicked acts and rots in hell. His existence as an immobile object is hell itself. 1371. Prajavaisarga is the period for which one creation lasts, being equal to what is called a kalpa. 1372. The dark and the tawny hues of their corresponding states of existence, viz., the immobile and the intermediate, are regarded as states of endurance. Hence, when the misery that is their portion has been fully endured, the recollection is suddenly irradiated into the mind of the righteousness that distinguished jiva in ages far remote. Anisa is helpless or cheerless. 1373. Cha at the end of the second line is equivalent to va. Unless cha be taken as equivalent to va, the verse would yield no meaning. After tawny comes blue, that is, after attainment of existence as an intermediate creature, jiva attains to humanity. This occurs when sattva does not predominate. Hence anath a should be supplied after a apati. 1374. Vyatite is a finite verb in indicative mood, as pointed out by the commentator. It comes from root I with suffix vi. After sate supply jate sati. The Birdwin translator takes it as a participial adjective in the locative singular, which is, of course, wrong. The version he gives of this line is most ridiculous, containing as it does a self-contradictory assertion. K.P. Singer gives the right meaning. 1375. When jiva becomes a diva, he has still the 10 senses, the 5 pranas, and the 4 internal possessions of mind, understanding, chitta, and ahankara, amounting in all to 19. These 19 impel him to thousands of acts. Hence, even when transformed into diva, jiva is not freed from acts, but is in the raya or hell, acts being, under all circumstances, equivalent to hell. 1376. Vyuha implies the varied forms of one and the same thing devani in sattva pradhanani. The 5 senses, with the mind, the understanding form a total of 7. The acts achieved through each of these may be subdivided 100-fold. As these 7 possessions adhere to jiva till he becomes emancipated, he acts through these 7 in a variety of ways, relying, therefore, upon these 700 kinds of acts, which are but varied forms of one and the same thing, viz., action. Jiva successively becomes red and yellow and white. Arrived at white, he courses through certain highly effulgent regions which are superior to the region of Brahman himself, and which leave behind or beneath them the 8 puris, by which, perhaps, is meant the puri of Indra, that of Varuna, etc., or Kazi, Mathura, Maya, etc., or symbolical stages of progress, which are fraught with great felicity. Those highly effulgent and adorable regions are obtainable by knowledge alone or the fruit of yoga. 1377. This is an exceedingly abstruse verse. The Birdwin version, in which unconnected bits of the commentary have been jumbled together, is utter nonsense. K.P. Singer skips over nearly the whole verse. The 8 puris referred to in the previous verse are here stated to be identical with the 60 well-known incidents of even sickle or white existence. This tale of 60 is arrived at in this way. First, the state of wakefulness. Second, the gross body made up of the 5 primal essences. Third, the 5 attributes of sound, scent, form, taste, and touch. These come up to 7. Then come the 10 senses of action and knowledge, the 5 breaths, mind, understanding, consciousness, and chitta. These form 19. Then come avidya, karma, and karma. With soul or the beholder, the sum comes up to 30. The number becomes doubled when the state of dream is taken into consideration, for like wakefulness existing with a 29, dream also exists with a 29. With those that are effulgent, that is, with beings that are sickle or white, these 60 are simply Manoviradani or Manamatrani Eva. Unlike other beings in lower spheres of existence, they that are effulgent or sickler do not regard the states of wakefulness and dream as different but as the same. Hence, the paragati of such beings is a state of existence that transcends both wakefulness and dream, and transcends dreamless slumber also, for in dreamless slumber the 30 exists suspended, to be revived with the return of wakefulness, and is identical with the 4th state called Duraya. 1378. What the speaker wishes to lay down here is that even he that is Jivanmukta or has achieved his emancipation, though living like other, is incapable of transcending the effects of his past acts. Every kind of existence or life, save that which is identical with Brahma, is anastha or inauspiciousness. That yogin who is Jivmukta but who is not able to cast off the felicities of yoga puissance, resides in one and the same body for a full century of kalpas, in a superior form of life, and after the expiry of that century of kalpas, he passes through 4 other regions named Maha, Jhana, Tapas, and Satya. Now, this is the end of such a yogin, who, of course, belongs to the 6th color which is white, and who is freed from attachments and who is unsuccessful though successful, that is, who has achieved yoga success but who has not still been able to achieve that success which consists in beholding Brahma or Brahma Sakshakara. By Anisa in this verse is meant that yogin who is incapable of casting off the felicities brought about by yoga puissance. K.P. Singer gives the substance of the verse not very accurately. The Birdwin translator, in the version he gives, introduces 3 nominatives in the 3 sentences into which he splits it, viz., Jiva, the yogin who is unable to cast off the felicities brought about by yoga puissance, and the yogin who has achieved Brahma Sakshakara, without understanding that all 3 refer to one and the same person. 1379. Anisa here means one who, after having attained to eminence by yoga, falls off from yoga. Tatra means heaven or the superior regions that are his in consequence of yoga eminence. For a century of kalpas such a person has to dwell in heaven, with the unexhausted remnant of his senses, that is, the senses of knowledge with mind and understanding, being always predisposed towards the attribute of sattva. Upon the expiry of that century of kalpas, such a person, without ascending, descends to the world of men, but then here eminence of station becomes his. 1380. Saptakritva is 7 times. Parity is courseth through. Loka refers to the 7 regions called respectively Bur, Bhuva, Shiva, Maha, Jana, Tapas, and Satya, or Brahma Loka. What is intended to be said here is this: if the yogin, having attained to only the first stage of yoga, dies, he ascends to heaven. Thence falling down on earth, he becomes an emperor and thus conquers the earth orbu. In this way, as the yogin gradually ascends in the path of yoga, he ascends higher and higher. In this verse, Sambhavikshipra has been used to signify samadhi and awakening from samadhi, for in the first the universe is destroyed, and in the second it is recreated. At the end, he reaches the region of Satya or Brahma. Thence even he has to return if he has not been able to achieve Brahma Sakshakara. 1381. The 7 that the yogin desirous of emancipation casts off are either the 7 regions already referred to viz. Bhu, Bhuva, Swa, Maha, Jana, Tapa, and Satya, or the 5 senses of knowledge with mind and understanding. Samaram is equivalent to Samritya, having been formed by the suffix namul. A paplavoni are sources of grief or misfortune. The first Devasya refers to Mahadeva. The Saivas call that region Kailasa. The Vaishnavas call it Vaikuntha. The Hiranyagarbhas call it Brahmans or Brahmaloka. Sasho is Ananta, a particular form of Narayana. They who call it the region of Nara are, of course, the Sankhya's, for these regard emancipation as the goal of Jiva or every creature. The Devasya Vaishno, in the 3rd line, is Dyotamanasya Brahmana, that is, Chinmatrasya, or of the Puchit when uninvested with ignorance or avidya. The Upanishads regard it as the region of Parabrahma. The commentator clearly points out what the 7 regions are. K.P. Singer, misunderstanding the verse, mentions only 5, the Birdwind translator 6. 1382. This verse is not at all difficult, yet the Birdwind translator makes utter nonsense of it. K.P. Singer gives the substance of the first line, but skips over the second. Without giving a literal version of the first line, I expand it, following the lead of the commentator. 1383. Sa here indicates the person conversant with Brahma. The construction is ayavat sais shabakasti tavat prajatate havat sakal divyau chartadange shu, Bhatanti. 8 in the second line is this paradrisyamanam vidadi. What the speaker wishes to inculcate in this verse is that unto one conversant with Brahma, the whole universe up to complete identity with Brahma is as contiguous as a plum in the palm of the hand. When the chitta is cleansed by yoga as practiced by dhyana, dharana, and samadhis, then the perceptible universe appears to him as identical with his own senses. The 2 white sciences referred to are Paravidya and Aparavidya, that is, all knowledge including that of Brahma. 1384. Sadhana manasa, with cleansed mind, that is, with the aid of savana, hearing, jnana, attention, dhyana, contemplation, and by asa, repeated meditation. 2 stages are indicated in this verse. The first is the attention of the Sadaman Paramam Gati, more the stainless and high end. This is equivalent to Brahma Sakshakara. After this comes the second stage, which is the Avayamsthanam, or the spot which knows no deterioration, that is, emancipation. This is identical with the attainment of eternal Brahma, which is Dashprapyam, more difficult of attainment. 1385. The commentator says that the object of this verse is to inculcate the impersonality of God. God is at the root of all things, that is, as the commentator supposes according to the teaching of the Vedanta philosophy. He exists in his own unmodified nature, even as pure chit. Both vidya, knowledge, and avidya, ignorance or illusion, exist in him. In consequence of the latter he is Bhagavan, that is, endued with the 6 ground attributes of puissance, etc. 1386. In the form of all things, causes and effects, which constitute them. 1387. A pi actipacent is explained by the commentator in this way. Vritra was a firm devotee of Vishnu. He did not, therefore, deserve defeat and fall. How, then, was he vanquished by Indra? Avyaktam is equivalent to Aspashtam. 1388. The word used in verse 4 is Vinihata and that in verse 5 is Nirjita. There can be no doubt that both imply the same idea. 1389. Aska is efforts. 1390. Rathandara is another name for certain Samans, which are so called because of men being able to cross the world with a raid as by a car. Wraith the car, and try to cross. 1391. Praising thee, for thy victory, etc., that is, the rishis are uttering hymns of praise for conferring victory on thee. 1392. Rudra may mean also appertaining to Rudra, which is another name of Mahadeva. 1393. This account of the encounter between Vritra and Indra is substantially different from what occurs in the Vanapava. Then again, the part the rishis are made to take in the slaughter of the Asura is certainly censurable. The great rishis, even for benefiting the three worlds, would not certainly injure any creature. In the above account, Vasishta and Brihaspati and the others are very much represented as persons who have bet largely on Indra's success. In the account occurring in the Vanapava, Indra is represented as standing in awful dread of Vritra and hurling his thunderbolt without even deliberate aim, and refusing to believe that his foe was dead till assured by all the deities. The present account seems to be much older than that in the Vanapava. 1394. Amanusham is literally inhuman. The use of such words are due to temporary forgetfulness in such connections. Like Homer, Vyas also nods. 1395. Vadaya is the slaughter in her embodied form. 1396. Tvijapravadaya means the slaughter of a superior person of the regenerate order. Indeed, Vritra was a lineal descendant of the great sage Kasyapa, the common progenitor of the Devas and Asuras. Then, again, Vritra was certainly a very superior person. 1397. The rules or ordinance referred to it is about the killer of a Brahmana being liable to be overtaken by the sin of Brahmanacide. 1398. Anadrishayam is, literally, unvanquishable. 1399. Amai or Parvati, the daughter of Himavat, the spouse of Shiva. 1400. The self-created Brahman at first created, by fiats of his holy will, certain beings who were charged to procreate, fulfilling the universe with living creatures. These are the Prajapatis or lords of all creatures. Amongst them was Daksha. Other accounts represent Daksha as the grandson of Brahman. 1401. There are three vocatives in this verse, expressive, of course, of great surprise. I omit them in the translation. 1402. A kind of substance like lac that oozes out of the stones of certain mountains during the hot months. It is also called silagit, is taken internally by many men in the belief that it increases digestion and strength. 1403. The Indian cuckoo, noted for his clear musical cues. This is the favorite bird of Indian poets. 1404. That is, thou, however, art not so, therefore, it is a matter of surprise that thou shouldst not yet know me. The sense is not at all difficult, but gay pea singer skips over it. 1405. Both the vernacular translators have erred in rendering this line. What Mahadeva says to Amma is, "How is it that you have thus been stupefied? It is thou that stupefiest others. To see thee stupefied has created surprise in me." 1406. Mahadeva is called Virupaksha in consequence of his 3 eyes, the third eye making his features dreadful to behold. He is also called Triaksha for his possession of 3 eyes. 1407. Every worshipper of Mahadeva must fill his mouth with air and then, shutting his lips, strike his cheeks, letting the air gently out at each stroke, and helping it with air from the lungs for keeping the current steady. By doing this a kind of noise has made like bum, bum, ba-bum, bum. Mahadeva is himself fond of this music and is represented as often making. 1408. Vrisha is explained by the commentator as Vrishta Khatri, Vrishaya as Dharmavridikatri, Govrisha as Nandirupa, Katankatu as Nityagamanisla, Danda as Nantrai. 1409. Godhead is frequently likened to Anahata Savdu, or sound not perceptible by the ear, or sound in its nascent state. 1410. Hence are mystic sounds that stand as emblems for various things. Beyond 3 Huns means, perhaps, beyond the influence of wrath. 1411. In sacrifice the butter is poured with mantras into the mouth of a selected Brahmana who represents the gods, and into also the sacred fire. What is said here is that the great god is of the form of that Brahmana and of the sacred fire. 1412. This alludes to the sports of Krishna in the groves of Vrinda with the rustic children who were his companions. 1413. The sacred stream of the Ganges, issuing out of Vishnu's feet, is held by Brahman in his command or jar. Thence it issues out, and coursing through the heavens fall down on the head of Shiva, for Shiva alone is mighty enough to bear that fall. The matted locks of Shiva bear the mark of the fall. This 6 well-known acts here referred to Ayajana, Yajana, Adhyana, Adhyapana, Dana, and Pratigraha, that is, performing sacrifices, assisting at the sacrifices of others, studying, teaching, making gifts, and accepting gifts. The 3 acts in which Shiva is engaged are Yajana, Adhyana, and Dana, that is, the first, the third, and the 5th in the above enumeration. 1414. The commentator explains that by Sankhya the speaker means the propounder of the skeptical philosophy. By Sankhya Mukhya, which I render, the foremost of Sankhyas is meant follower of the theistic philosophy of Patanjali. By Sankhya Yoga is meant both Vedanta and Yoga. 1415. That hast car and that hast no car means, as the commentator explains, capable of coursing, without obstruction, through water, fire, wind, and space. 1416. Isana is much desired or much coveted by all persons. 1417. That is, thou createst and destroyest these repeatedly or settest them in motion. 1418. These are syllables which all singers of the same utter for lengthening short words in order to keep up the meter. 1419. That is, he who is adored in these hymns is thyself and no other. 1420. These are the 10 colours known to the rishis. 1421. Lohitantagata Drishti is explained by the commentator as Lohitu Antagata Cha Drishtirasya. By red eyes is, of course, meant eyes of the colour of the lotus. By eyes turned inwards is meant one whose gaze is upon his soul, that is, one who is engaged in samadhi. 1422. Chala Shala is explained as exceedingly Chala or swift. Ukala is nasty Chalo Yazmat, hence Jailshu, API. Ukala is swift amongst the swift, or swifter than the swiftest. 1423. The great god is a fish wandering in the waters, that is, as Jiva wanders in space, he is a fish in the net, that is, as Jiva, invested with darkness or illusion, is obliged to take birth. 1424. Megakala is the time when clouds appear, that is, the time of the universal deluge. Samvataka and Valahaka are the two clouds that appear on the occasion of the universal destruction. 1425. Milli is explained by the commentator differently. According to him, one connected with all things as cause is Milli. It is duplicated to show that Shiva is always so. I prefer taking the word as meaning cause of causes. The bearer of Danda, with, again, a bald head is a Paramahansa, that is, one who has renounced the world and its ways. 1426. The four sacrificial fires at Dreta, Avasathaya, Dakshina, and Sayaya. 1427. Silpika is one who is not well skilled, or is ill-skilled, in the arts. It implies a common artisan. 1428. Datri is Adhikatri or Vishnu. Vitari is the four-headed. Brahman Sanditari is he who joins all things into one. The second Vitri means the designer of destinies. 1429. The identity of Maiswara with Narayana or Krishna is here preached. In his incarnation of Krishna, Vishnu sported with the children of the cowherds of Rinda and sportively lowed as a cow. He also protected the kine of Rinda from floods, poison, etc. Gaurishwara is Nandi, the attendant of Mahadeva. 1430. The word go in Gomaga is used to signify the senses. 1431. Devarana is explained by the commentator as irresistible when coming as death. Dervisha is destroyer of all kinds of poison in thy form of Amrita. Dirdhasha is incapable of being frightened. Dervisha is incapable of being measured. 1432. Vishanipa is drinker of poison and fire. Shiva is represented as the acceptor of all things that are rejected by others. In this consists his true divinity, for to the deity nothing in the universe can be unacceptable or worthy of being cast off. The ashes of the funeral pyre are his. The poison produced by the churning of the ocean was his. He saved the universe by swallowing the poison on that occasion. 1433. Toshitad Yapa is the correct reading. Thou protectest him who is the idea of the Toshita, that is, thou protectest Brahman himself. 1434. The commentator explains that what is meant by Mahadeva's staying alone is that he is the knower, the known, and knowledge. On the other side of the ocean means on the other side of desire and attachment, etc. Overwhelming many thousands of persons means overwhelming all creatures, that is, transcending them by his energy and knowledge. 1435. Of course, yojans are spoken of. 1436. The eclipses of both the moon and the sun are caused, according to the Puranic mythology, by Rahu devouring the moon and the sun at certain well-known intervals. Rahu is an Asura whose head only is still alive. Vaidhi Adipava, on churning of the ocean. 1437. Garbha means embryos or infants in the womb. The deities were referred to by this word, for they are embryos that have been born, and Mahadeva. Patita has twat to understood after it. Anu means after, that is, after Brahman's creation. 1438. These beings are Rudras or portions of the great Rudra. 1439. Tasmay haramke takoma param is utkrishtam, that is, renunciation and other superior practices. Tasmay is for the sake of that is, for is wara. 1440. Hence in this, the present kalpa too, I am obliged to do the same, for all kalpas must be similar in respect of the events that transpire in them. 1441. Madripaksh seems to be a misreading for Atripaksh. 1442. Bigana, which I have rendered virtues, is, of course, intended all that constitute the body, including mind and understanding, all, in fact, that become the accompaniments of the soul. 1443. Karma buddhi is to be taken as one. It means the consciousness or apprehension of functions. Each sense or organ instinctively knows what its object is and apprehends that object immediately. This apprehension of its own functions, which every sense possesses, is here designated as karma buddhi. Manishashthani here simply means mind completing the tale of 6. It has no reference to the 5 senses having the mind for the 6th, for the senses have already been named in the previous verses. 1444. Acts here means the acts of past lives, or the desire dwelling in an incipient form, due to the acts of past lives. The commentator explains that the cha in the second line means the 5 attributes indicated in the first line. 1445. The word buddhaya in the first line is taken by the commentator as an instrumental and not as a genitive. Hence he takes it that kalpitani is understood after it. 1446. That is, occupies them one after another. 1447. Murti is a misreading for apurti or discontentedness. The Birdwind translator retains Murti in his Bengali version. It is not clear which reading K.P. Singer adopts. The Bengali substitute he gives is murcha or stupefaction. 1448. That is, there are no materials of which it is constituted. Hence sattva or buddhi has no asraya or apadana. 1449. What the speaker inculcates in verses 41 and 42 is this: some are of opinion that with the apparent destruction of the body, the attributes that make up the body do not cease to exist. It is true that they cease to become apprehensible by the senses, but then, though removed from the ken of the senses, their existence may be affirmed by inference. The argument is that, if destroyed, their reappearance would be impossible. The reappearance, however, is certain. For rebirth is a doctrine that is believed to be a solemn truth requiring no argument to prove it. Hence, the attributes, when apparently destroyed, do continue to exist. They are regarded as then inhering in the linga or subtle body. The counter-opinion is that, when destroyed, they are destroyed forever. The latter opinion is condemned by the speaker. 1450. In the second line the word is gadama vidwansa, that is, ignorant of its bottom or depth. K.P. Singer gives the meaning correctly, without translating the verse literally. The Birdwind translator makes nonsense of it. Both, however, wrongly take agada as the final word in yathagada, forgetting that agadam is a masculine adjective incapable of qualifying nadim, which is feminine. Aim is jiva. The last clause is to be taken as buddhagamenu prakyuta aim tatha. 1451. This is not a difficult verse, yet both the vernacular translators have misunderstood it. What is said in the first line is this: Yat ve udisham karoti, yat, cha, parakritam, ekat cha dashayati. Both the finite verbs have jnanin, the man of knowledge, for their nominative understood. Dashayati means naziati or destroys. The meaning then is that the man of knowledge destroys his sinful acts of both this and past lives. The commentator cites the well-known simile of the lotus leaf not being drenched or soaked with water even when dipped in water. Now, this is that unseen fruit of knowledge. In the second line, the visible fruits are indicated. The man of knowledge refrains from censuring the wicked acts of others and from perpetrating any wicked act himself. Yat char dashayati means yat parakritam dashayati onindati. Yat karoti means yats vayamragadi doshat karoti, to do payame priyam, sa, nakaroti, the reason being weighted as in above. Such a man truly regards the universe as identifiable with himself. 1452. That is, in even thy direst distress thou dependest on thyself. To cross the fearful river of life without a raft and with the aid of only one's bare arms implies great self-dependence. 1453. That which did not exist and will not exist, exists not at the present moment. Everything, therefore, which is of the nature of Asat is non-existent. Our sorrows are connected with the Asat. Knowing this, I have cast off all sorrows. 1454. I have understood that acts are for sorrow, that the fruits also of acts are for sorrow in spite of the apparent character of some, and that the fruits of acts are varied, sometimes other fruits appearing than those expected. Hence, I do not indulge in sorrow, for I avoid acts and do not grieve for not obtaining the fruits of acts or for the accession of fruits other than those apparently agreeable. 1455. The sense is that we who avoid acts are not dead, in fact, we live quite as others do, and those others, how unequally circumstanced. The Birdwind translator makes nonsense of the first line simple though it is. 1456. Ignorance lies at the root of sorrow. By casting off ignorance, we have avoided sorrow. Hence, neither religion nor religious acts such as sacrifices, etc., can do us any good or harm. As regards happiness and misery again, these two cannot agitate us at all, since we know their value, both being ephemeral in comparison with the period for which we are to exist. 1457. Hence, no one should indulge in pride, saying, I am happy, nor yield to sorrow, saying, I am miserable. Both happiness and misery are transitory. The man of wisdom should never suffer himself to be agitated by these transitory states of his mind. 1458. The first word is read either as Bhavatmakam or Bhavatmakam. The first means Samsararupam, the second, Drishyatmakam. 1459. I am obliged to behold them because I am a living being having a body, but then I behold them as an unconcerned witness. 1460. The scriptures contain both kinds of instruction. There are declarations that are entirely in favor of acts or observances. There are again declarations in favor of knowledge. What the speaker asks is that the rishi should discourse upon what the speaker should do, that is, whether he should betake himself to the acquisition of knowledge or to the doing of acts. 1461. That is, each asrama speaks of particular observances and courses of conduct as beneficial. This, therefore, is a source of confusion to men of plain understandings. Is there no distinction then among duties or observances in respect of their beneficial character? This is the question propounded. The commentator thinks by the word asramas is meant the four principal faiths and not the modes of life. 1462. I retain the word asrama in the English version as it is very doubtful in what sense it has been used in the original. The commentator explains that by foras are meant the four principal forms of creed prevalent at one time in India. The first is that there is no such thing as virtue or righteousness. This is ascribed to Sakya Sima or Buddha. The second is that righteousness consists in only the worship of trees, etc. The third is that only is righteousness which the Vedas have laid down. The fourth is that transcending righteousness and its reverse there is something for whose attainment one should strive. Yatha Samkalpata is explained by the commentator as Yo Yena Sarai Asna Bhavitastasya Tadivasariya. 1463. Ganodsam is Ganakatanam or the announcement of merits. What Narada says here is this: the asramas are four. The merits of each have been proclaimed by their respective founders. The principal merit each claims is that it leads to knowledge of self. Now, the announcement is Nanarupam, it is also Prithak, and lastly, it is Vipristhitam or contradictory. For, as the commentator points out, that which a particular asrama announces to be righteous is according to another unrighteous. Both the vernacular translators give incorrect versions. 1464. Refers to asramas. Apipratam is Atmatatvarupam. Yanti is equivalent to Prapayanti. 1465. Maitranam is taken by the commentator to be equivalent to Sarvabhutalabhyapadanam, that is, they who have given the pledge of harmlessness to all creatures. By enemies is meant here the envious and harmful. 1466. In previous sections the nature of truth has been discussed. A formal truth may be as sinful as a lie, and a lie may be as meritorious as a truth. Hence, the ascertainment of truth is not easy. 1467. Atyoga and ayoga are well-known words which have no chance of being misunderstood in the way in which they have been misunderstood by both the vernacular translators. Indeed, K.P. Singer blunders ridiculously, while the Birdwind translator limits them to only the use of food, supposing the commentator's concrete examples exhaust the meaning. 1468. That is, where an intermingling takes place of the four orders of men, viz., where Vanasankara occurs. 1469. Mere companionship with the righteous leads to righteous acts, while that with the sinful leads to acts of sinfulness. 1470. A new Vishayam is Vishayame Navatate, that is, rasa or flavour. An eater of Vyasa is a good or pious man. What is said here is that such men eat for only filling their stomachs and not because eating is source of enjoyment or gratification. Atma Vishayan is Buddhavais Shitavandakan, that is, Rasavais Shan. 1471. Agamyamanam is Agamam Pramanajam Nanam Atmanayakchitam. 1472. Akasastra is Niralam Vana, that is, men who have no foundations to stand upon. The Bombay text reads Dosham, the Bengal texts, Doshan, the sense remains unaltered. The Bombay reading is Atmapujabikama, while the Bengal reading is the same word in the plural form. I accept the singular form and take it as qualifying Pandita. 1473. Some of the Bengal texts read Katam. The Bombay reading is Katwam. The commentator explains that Katwam Samarada to Bridakagrasta. Anusae means Purvakarma Vasanivan. The sense seems to be this: the desires born of one's past acts, that is, acts of previous lives, adhere to the mind. Nothing can wipe them off, save Nivriti and Tattvajnana or knowledge of truth. One should, therefore, practice the religion of Nivriti and seek to acquire knowledge of truth. 1474. Both the vernacular translators quietly skip over the word Pratyanantara. 1475. that is, where the people are virtuous and given to the performance of their duties. 1476. Kamsa is possessor of all objects of desire or enjoyment. The sense is this, where the king, casting off desire, wins prosperity for himself, that is, though possessed of wealth, is not attached to wealth. The expression may also mean master of desire, that is, where the king casts off desire and masters his desires without allowing the latter to master him. 1477. Pratupastite is pratipatwanapastite, that is, contains sati. 1478. I am not sure that I have understood right the second line of this verse. It may also mean, no one is able to enumerate all that is beneficial for the soul in consequence of the wideness of subject. 1479. Vritam has UDC understood after it. The Bombay text reads Pranitatmana, the Bengal reading is Pranitatmana. If the Bengal reading be accepted, it would mean whose soul is fixed or established on yoga. Tapasa is explained by the commentator as Swadharmana, in a view of the question of Gaulava which Narada answers. The sense, however, would remain unaltered if it be taken as standing for self-control or penances. 1480. Sanpadam is explained by the commentator as Apadisa Yogyatasrayam. 1481. Some texts read Sakyam. The reading Sakya also occurs. If the former be accepted, it must be taken as referring to Tadawayam as the commentator explains. No alteration in sames occurs by adhering to the one reading or the other. 1482. In the second line some of the Bengal texts read Lobshu. The correct reading is Lokshu. Both the vernacular translators adhere to the wrong reading. 1483. Mokshartha is Mokshaprayojana. 1484. The argument contained in these verses is this: as thou dost not know what becomes of thy relatives when they die, thou canst not help them then. It seems plain, therefore, that when thou shalt die thy relatives will not be able to do thee any good. Hence, thou gainest nothing by bestowing thy thoughts on thy relatives, forgetting thy own great concern, viz., the acquisition of emancipation. Similarly, when thy relatives live and suffer irrespective of thy life or death, and thou too must enjoy or endure irrespective of their existence or efforts, it is meant that thou shouldst not be forgetful of thy own highest good by busying thyself with the concerns of thy relatives. 1485. The sense is that one who takes only a handful of corn for the support of life, even when millions upon millions of carts loaded with corn await his acceptance, is certainly to be regarded as freed. Literally rendered, the second line is, who beholds a shed of bamboo reeds in a palace, meaning, of course, as put above, one who sees no difference between the two. 1486. Avriti is want of the means of sustaining life, thence, scarcity of famine. 1487. The sense is that as the maintenance of wives and children is painful, one should withdraw from the world and retire into solitude. 1488. The sense seems to be this: is it a life of domesticity that thou wouldest lead? There is no harm in thy doing this, provided thou behavest in the way pointed out. Is it emancipation that thou wouldest pursue, in the usual way, that is, by retiring into solitude and betaking thyself to sannyasa? Thou mayst then behave in the way pointed out, and, indeed, that is the way of sannyasa which leads to emancipation. 1489. The planet Venus is supposed to be the sage Usanas or Sukra. 1490. The commentator explains the allusion by saying that formerly Vishnu, induced by the deities, used his discus for striking off the head of Usana's mother. Hence the wrath of Usana against the deities and his desire to succor their foes, the Danavas. 1491. The construction of this verse is very difficult. The order of the words is Indratha Jagata Prabhu, Danada, etc. Tazyako Sasaya Prabha Vishnu. 1492. Persons crowned with yoga success are competent to enter the bodies of others and deprive the latter of the power of will. Indeed, the belief is that the latter then become mere automata incapable of acting in any other way except as directed by the enlivening possessor. 1493. The etymology of Pinaka is Painin Animayat. The initial and final letter of Pani, Pi, and the middle letter of Animayat, Na, with the suffix Ka make Pinaka. 1494. The last half of the last line may be taken as applying to Usanas. 1495. The freedom that Mahadeva saw could not be his own, for the greatest cannot be greater. The commentator, therefore, is right in holding that freedom refers to the greatness of Usanas within Mahadeva's stomach. 1496. The sa refers to Usanas and not to Mahadeva, as the commentator rightly points out. 1497. That is, the religions of all the orders and all the modes of life. 1498. The scriptural injunctions are that one should sacrifice in honor of the gods, pour libations on the sacred fire, make gifts, etc. In these exists righteousness. 1499. The grammar of the third line is a little involved. Tasmin refers to Dham. Supplinist haven't to after Tasmin. The sense, of course, is that believing in the efficacy of righteousness, people of all modes of life accomplish the duties of their respective modes. 1500. The sinful become intermediate animals. The virtuous attain to heaven. They that are both virtuous and sinful attain to the status of humanity. They that acquire knowledge become emancipated. 1501. Destiny here means the result of the acts of past lives. 1502. The reading I adopt is Jatikritam Karma, etc. Hence, this verse also represents the arguments of the skeptic or the Charvakas. The four kinds of acts are Nitya, Naimittika, Kamya, and Nishida. If, however, for Jatikritam Karma, etc., the reading Yantyakritam Karma be adopted, the meaning would be, in one's next life one does not meet with fruits that are not the results of one's acts of past life. This must be so, for the opposite opinion would imply the destruction of acts and their consequences. Then again, such an opinion would conflict with the received opinion of mankind. For men, when they obtain the fruits of any act, always recollect the four kinds of acts of a past life for explaining the accession of those fruits. 1503. Verses 12 to 14 represent the theory of the skeptic, and I have rendered them as such. Only by reading verse 13 as Yantyakritam Karma, etc., the commentator points out that it may be taken as an observation of Parasara himself. As regards verse 15, it represents the ipse dixit of the speaker. He does not think that the skeptic is at all entitled to a reply. It is scarcely necessary to say that the Burdwan translator makes a thorough mess of these verses. K.P. Singer gives the substance correctly. 1504. The commentator shows that this is an answer to the skeptic's averment about nature being the cause of everything. Fire is hot by nature, therefore, it does not become hot at one time, cold at another, and lukewarm at another time. one becomes either wholly happy or wholly unhappy or wholly happy and unhappy at the same time. Man's nature should not be such. The difference of state is produced by difference of causes. 1505. A Brahmana is precluded from eating many things. Many things again that he is competent to eat on all days of the year. In fact, there are many rules for regulating the fare of a Brahmana. To this day, an orthodox Brahmana abstains from many kinds of food. A Brahmana, therefore, who is unscrupulous in respect of his food, is no Brahmana and deserves to be pitied. Similarly, a man who cooks food for himself is an object of pity. Raw food, such as fruits, etc., one may take without offering a share thereof to guests and others. But cooked food can never be taken without a share thereof being given to others. Yati cha brahmakari cha pakvanaswarman avub. Hence he that takes cooked food without giving a share to these is said to eat brahmaswam, or that which belongs to a Brahmana. 1506. This is a very abstruse verse. The grammatical construction of the first line is Asaritna manasavritti hanasya shivasas yeit. Asaritna is Niralam Vainina. By Shiva is meant homage paid to the Supreme in the form of devotion and concentrated meditation. It implies, of course, a thorough reliance on God. Vrittihina is one who has cast off the means of livelihood, implying one who abstains from worldly objects. In the second line, Dviya is vocative. Nivritu is Nishpana, qualifying Shiva. Atihastat is from one who has transcended the use of the hand, that is, the necessity of acts. Atihasthanavritta means obtained from a competent preceptor. In brief, what is stated here is that such Shiva should be learned from competent preceptors and not by discussion among persons in the stage of spiritual progress. 1507. The object of this verse, the commentator points out, is to show the desirability of practicing that Shiva soon or without loss of time. 1508. In the discourse of Sanat Kumara to Vritra, these 6 colours have been mentioned, and the nature of the acts by which one attains to a superior colour or falls down from a superior to an inferior one. Vidi Sec. 280, Anti. 1509. A particular kind of chandler is called Kuslan. 1510. Pratyabanasya is Viparita Drishta. Natma is Jihadih. Data is Papadto. Virashet is Vaishna at Matwana Roshet. 1511. Pratyapatti has Iraj Yamur enunciation. As regards Prasthite Asya, it may be taken either as implying one that is dead or one that has betaken himself to yoga. In the latter case, the verse would mean that that man who betakes himself to yoga without adopting renunciation meets with much sorrow. 1512. The object of this verse is to show that conscious sin can never be destroyed by expiation. The only means by which sin can be destroyed is by enduring its fruits. 1513. The Birdwind translator makes such nonsense of this verse. Ganayakdam is explained by the commentator as equivalent to Panyakama. Prakasam is equivalent to Badepurvakam Prakasya Ojnitwa. It is formed by the suffix namul. 1514. Yea thatam is stila sakshmataritamyana. The sense is that all acts done knowingly produce fruits according to their nature. If gross, the fruits produce tar gross. If subtle, the fruits produce tar subtle. 1515. The speaker's opinion is that all acts are productive of fruits. If good, the fruits are good. If bad, the fruits are bad. There is this difference, however, between acts done knowingly and those done in ignorance. The former produce commensurate fruits, that is, if gross, their fruits are gross. If subtle, the fruits are subtle, but the latter produce fruits that are not so that even if heinous, the fruits do not involve a large but only a small measure of misery. There is no other difference between the two kinds of acts. 1516. The object of this verse is to show that such acts form the exception and they are kept out of my sight in this discourse on acts. The Rishi Viswamitra caused the death of the 100 sons of Vasishta, and yet he had not to go to hell for it. 1517. The sense seems to be that when even such near relatives are cast off if found to be wanting in affection, the fact cannot be gainsaid that people never do good to others except when they hope to benefit themselves by such acts. 1518. What is intended to be said is that the acceptance of a gift from a superior person is equal in point of merit to a gift made by a poor person. A wealthy man, by making a gift, earns greater merit than by accepting a gift. 1519. That is, by dhyana and dharana. 1520. This has reference to Eusana's attaining to the status of the planet Venus in the firmament. 1521. Nidanta is one word. It means Hinsasanya, Danti or Kanati iti Danta. Its reverse is Nidanta. 1522. Nirdishta refers to Shiva. 1523. That is, they take the hues of the society they keep. Hence, it is very desirable for them to live with the good. 1524. This son of Dattari is the god of the clouds. 1525. The Birdwind translator gives a most ridiculous version of the expression Digdandasasana, unable to catch the sense, which however is certainly very plain. He actually interprets the words to mean living under the sway of King Digdanda. K.P. Singer gives the correct meaning. 1526. In this verse also, the Birdwind translator takes Digdanda as the name of a king. He gives an equally ridiculous version of the second line. Abhayagashjan is explained by the commentator as having Vishayan understood after it. The sense is that they began to enjoy all objects of the senses to an excess. Both Divan and Brahman are accusatives governed by Avamanya. K.P. Singer translates both the lines correctly. 1527. This verse is taken as a metaphorical statement. The three asuras are, of course, Kama, Krodha, and Lobha. Gaganaga, staying in the firmament, is interpreted as existing in Maya. Sapara, as with their gross, subtle, and potential forms, felt on the earth, is explained as merged into the pure Chit. The whole is taken to imply a spiritual destruction of all the evil passions and a restoration of man to his original state of purity. 1528. This chief of the Asura passions was Mahamoha, or great heedlessness. The word devas here is taken to mean the senses. Of course, if verse 16 be not taken metaphorically, then may devas be taken in its ordinary sense of the deities. 1529. The genius of the two languages being different, it is very difficult to render the phraseology of the first line. Literally rendered, the line would read, they remain or stay on those acts, and establish them. Besides being unidiomatic, the sentence would be unmeaning. To stay or remain on any act is to adhere to it. To establish it is to regard it as a precedent and cause it to be regarded by others as a precedent. 1530. Samsadadigamam is explained by the commentator thus: Samsada is Nityasada, that is, Atman, Tadadigamam is Atmajnanam. 1531. The very gods are subject to prosperity and adversity, and their effects of loves and hates. There is no mode of life in which these may not be found. 1532. After sukham supply bhavati or some such verb. Tyajitam stands by itself and refers to kamya karma, meaning they that abstain from such acts as are not nitya but as are only kamya or optional. 1533. The sense is that those who betake themselves to penances as the consequence of a despair are many. Those men, however, are very rare who adopt penances, being at once impressed that the happiness of domesticity is unreal and ends in misery. 1534. That is, their penances of past lives. 1535. I am not sure that I have correctly understood the second line of this verse. Akrita Karmanam is explained by the commentator as Ainat Benedettwajnanam and Upabhogavaratyaga is renunciation of Irajyam Phalani has Tapasa understood before it. But why Phalani instead of Phalam? 1536. The second line of this verse concludes the argument. The Tasmat has reference to all the statements before, and not to only the first line of 26. The statement in the second line is the same as the second line of verse 13 above. 1537. I expand the second line a little for making it intelligible. 1538. By stainless penances is meant nishkamam tapu or penances undertaken without desire of fruit. 1539. Tai Aktwa has nishklamasham tapu understood after it. The order of the words is Phalathia Priyani etc. Vishayatmakam tat phalam prapnotai. The distinction between nishkamam and sakamam tapu is this: through the former one attains to happiness. Even the earthly wealth he earns becomes fraught with happiness. Through the latter, however, one meets with diverse kinds of sorrow resulting from the earthly possessions he succeeds in obtaining. 1540. The grammar of the first line is this: Dam te pasi dain cha, sati of kam, vitsa, etc. If vitsa be taken with dharma, etc., the verse would be unmeaning. 1541. The first line is difficult to construe. Data means in consequence of the pain that attends the gratification of the senses. Savasya refers to Vivakina, Jayas Phaladam is for the sake of the highest fruit, which, of course, is emancipation. Gana is same, Dhamma, etc. 1542. The commentator points out that the object of this verse is to show that everything one owns or does is not the result of the past acts. Spouses, food, drink, etc. one obtains as the result of past acts or prarabdha karma. In respect of these, Purashakara or exertion is weak. Hence, to put forth exertion for their acquisition would not be wise. As regards the acquisition of righteousness, however, their exertion is efficacious. Hence, one should, with exertion, seek to conform to one's own duties as laid down in the scriptures. Without such a distinction between destiny, prarabdha, and exertion, purashakara, the injunctions and interdictions of the scriptures would be unmeaning. The Birdwind translator, citing portions of the commentary without at all understanding them, makes such nonsense of the verse. K.P. Singer gives the meaning correctly. 1543. Sacrifices and all other acts undertaken from a sense of vanity are destructible as regards their consequences, for heaven is terminable. Penances, however, that are undertaken without desire of fruit are not so, for these lead to emancipation. Tesham refers to those mentioned in the first line of verse 37. It should not be taken to mean men in general, as the Birdwind translator wrongly does. 1544. Kam is Brahmanam. The commentator explains that Brahmana, the creator, is equivalent to Brahmana, and that Vishnu is equivalent to Kshatriyu. What is said, Therefore, in this verse, according to him, is that a Sudra, by practicing the common duties of all the four orders, succeeds in his next life in becoming a Brahmana. Thus say Brahmanas learned in the scriptures, that the opinion of Parasara is that such a Sudra, in his next life, takes birth as a Kshatriyu. 1545. I am not sure that I have understood these two verses correctly. Verse 33 is evidently a krus. 1546. Yea, the karman means from one stage to another. Karmapadam is yogam. The stages here referred to are Vigara, Vitarka, Ananda, and Asmita. What is stated in this verse is that one who casts off all attachments, and who devotes himself to yoga, succeeds in attaining to the felicity of emancipation. 1547. The Birdwind translator wrongly renders the second line of this verse. All the texts read this line in the same way. 1548. Snigdhas implies affectionate seniors such as mothers, etc. Karmani is explained by the commentator as a Bhyanga Karmani, that is, the rubbing of oil, etc. Such acts, when children are ill, are often done unto them by mothers. This is forbidden, for they are menial offices which seniors should never be permitted to perform. 1549. Vinazamabhikankatam is explained in the alternative by the commentator in a very fanciful way. Kriyavatam is explained as observant of the duties of Tirthavasins. 1550. The commentator is for explaining the second line exoterically. 1551. Dihat is Diham Prapya. Yena is Yena Pumsa. Upapaditam has reference to Panchatwam in the previous verse. The sense of the verse is this: he who meets with a sudden death in a tirtha or sacred place does not become emancipated but obtains another body in his next life similar to the one he loses. Adyanam Gataka is that though set or placed on the path of emancipation, yet he becomes a traveller. His state is due to the inglorious manner of his dissolution. 1552. The object of this verse is to show that the man dying in a sacred place becomes reborn as a Rudra or a Pisacha and quickly attains to emancipation in consequence of his contiguity to Shiva. Mokshabhuchu is Moksho Yogaishu. The neuter form of Tadam is Asho. 1553. Anananja in the second line of verse 14 refers to the objects of the senses, which, as explained in previous sections, have no independent existence, for they exist only as they exist in desire. The compound of the primal essences and the other things mentioned assumes different shapes through the force of the desires of previous lives. 1554. Acts are all perishable in respect of their consequences. 1555. It is difficult to give foreigners an idea of what is called apamritu. All deaths that are caused by such accidents as involve ignominy are called apamritu. Death from snake bite, from a fall, by drowning, at the horns of an animal, etc., are instances of apamritu. 1556. Both Yasya and Sa refer to the folk called ignorance. Rajaputra is vocative. Pariti is Nasyati. 1557. Vanch 8 is preceded by Cayman when understood. 1558. It has been explained in previous sections that Sriyas or Nisriyas means good or excellent as applied to moral merit. 1559. By Buddhiman is meant the man who is freed from attachment. Similarly, by Durbuddy is meant the man who is the slave of attachments. 1560. Karanapakshi is thus explained by the commentator. Karanaphaladhanatmika kriya tanurvityapakshi. The sense is that sin can never be destroyed except by endurance of its fruits. 1561. The sense is that after the manner of the fabulous gem, Jiva attracts to itself, through yoga, the status of Brahma. 1562. The Birdwind translator, without understanding the commentary, makes such nonsense of this verse. K.P. Singer is not far wrong, but he does not bring out the principal point which is sought to be inculcated here. Sesame seeds are repeatedly mixed with fragrant oil. The more they are so mixed, the more fragrant do they become. After the same manner, men acquire the quality of sattva by associating with persons of cleansed souls. The measure of sattva is dependent on the measure of the association. 1563. The track is that of knowledge. Vidi verse 3 above. 1564. Having used the words vistaran, diverse, and samkshipa, few, in the second line of this triplet, the speaker explains their meaning in the third. By diverse is meant all those fruits that consist of unstable enjoyments, hence, the diverse acts laid down in the Vedas and other scriptures. By few is meant renunciation, or abstention from acts. What is said, therefore, in this verse is this: they that betake themselves to acts, which for their fruits all sorts of enjoyment, meet with misery, while they that abstain from acts or practice renunciation meet with happiness. Both the vernacular versions are incorrect. 1565. It is difficult to understand what is meant by this verse. By progress in yoga, the soul can certainly cast off the mind and other attributes by which it is invested. The simile is unintelligible. The stalk of the lotus has its roots in Maya. Does the first line mean, therefore, that the stalk speedily springs upwards and leaves the Maya at its roots? 1566. The commentator explains that the intention of this verse is to explain that the universe which is created by the mind is destroyed afterwards by the mind itself. 1567. The sense is that one who has cast off objects of enjoyment and become emancipated does not obtain rebirth. 1568. I follow the commentator in his exposition of this verse. The practice of fishermen in India is to sink their boats when they leave them for their homes, and to raise them again when they require them the next day. They do not leave their boats afloat for fear of the injury the waves may do to them by tossing them too much. 1569. By Prakriti here is meant the harmony of sattva, rajas, and tamas. As long as these three qualities are in harmony with one another, that is, as long as there is no preponderance in any of them over the other two, so long there cannot be creation or the operations of the buddhi or understanding. 1570. In this verse the word prakriti is used in an entirely different sense. It means here ignorance. 1571. Sariragriha Sanjnasya is of one who regards his body to be an accompaniment of the soul instead of regarding it to be the soul. Who regards purity as its sacred water, that is, who, without resorting to the sacred waters whither others go for cleansing themselves, thinks that purity, both internal and external, is capable of cleansing him. 1572. Vidi note to verse 21 above. 1573. The object of the verse is to show that one should not, for the sake of friends and kinsmen and spouses and children, abstain from pursuing one's true end. The practice of charity again is the true diet which supports a man. 1574. Astapadapada is a weight of gold. The word, as used in this verse, means a quantity of gold. Whether the reading be Mudriva or Sutrana, the sense remains unchanged. What is said here is that the mother, etc., are like lines traced with gold by the side of real gold, that is, the mother, etc., are of no value or use in the acquisition of prosperity. K.P. Singer misses the meaning. The Birdwin translator, however, makes a most ridiculous exhibition of himself, without understanding the commentary at all. In fact, not having been able to read the words of the commentary aright, he has produced a ridiculous jargon that is utterly unintelligible. Dakshaw is evocative, meaning possessed of cleverness. The words he dakshaw yea the, etc., of the commentator are read by the Birdwin pundit as Diakshire, etc. 1575. Apariharavan is incapable of being resisted. Samgati has wind. Asmasaravihatam is made by means of iron or the saw. Asmasara stands here for Krakatwa Karapatara. 1576. The commentator explains that by taper is meant the practice or observance of one's own duties. Dhamma is restraining the senses. Satyam is truthfulness of speech, and Atmagupti is subjugation of the mind. The knots are attachments and desires, etc. 1577. That is, the assailant, finding his victim forgiving, himself burns with repentance. 1578. Vishayina Yami is the correct reading, that is, then here is palatal, and Vishayina is in the instrumental case. The Bengal reading is vicious, for it reads Vishaynayami. 1579. The moon is endued with nectar, and, therefore, might have been such a man's equal, but the moon waxes and wanes. Therefore, the moon cannot approach to an equality with such a man who is the same under all changes. Similarly, the wind, though unstained by the dust it bears, is not the equal of such a man, for the wind is changeful, having slow, middling and quick motion. The Birdwin translator makes such nonsense of the reference to the moon and the wind. K.P. Singer gives the same correctly. 1580. The commentator explains that the object of this verse is to show the merits of that man whose ignorance has disappeared. 1581. That is, when Brahmanas incur obloquy they are said to become impure. They are again regarded as possessing the status of humanity only because they die. 1582. The examples of Viswamitra and others may be cited in this instance. 1583. Dharana is holding the soul in self-reflection, preventing it the while from wandering. Samadhi is complete abstraction. 1584. Akhandam is Savakalam, Apashaya is Tai Aktwa. K.P. Singer wrongly translates this verse. He takes Mansam for Masam, but no difference of reading occurs between the Bengal and Bombay texts. 1585. The 10 properties included in Sattva or goodness are gladness, cheerfulness, enthusiasm, fame, righteousness, contentment, faith, sincerity, liberality, and lordship. The 9 properties included in rajas or passion are belief in the deities, ostentatious, charity, enjoyment and endurance of happiness and sorrow, disunion, exhibition of manliness, lust and wrath, intoxication, pride, malice, and disposition to revile. The 8 qualities included in tamas or darkness are unconsciousness, stupefaction, excess of stupefaction, muddiness of the understanding, blindness of results, sleep, heedlessness, and procrastination. The 7 incidents of buddhi or the understanding are mahat, consciousness, and the 5 subtle essences. The 6 incidents of mind are mind and their 5 senses. The 5 incidents appertaining to space are space, water, wind, light, and earth. According to a different school of philosophy, buddhi or the understanding is said to have 4 incidents appertaining to it, viz., doubt, ascertainment, pride, and memory. Tamas, darkness, also is otherwise regarded to have only 3 incidents, viz., inability of comprehension, partial comprehension, and totally erroneous comprehension. Rajas, passion, is, according to this school, regarding as having only the 2 incidents of inclination to act and sorrow. Sattva has but 1 incident, viz., enlightenment. 1586. Digga is an inaccessible region such as a forest or wilderness which cannot be passed through except with great pain and danger. 1587. The correct reading seems to be Stiravarati Samkulam. 1588. Udadi is, literally, a water jar. In this country most people, while swimming, use water jars as buoys. The mouth of jar being dipped into the water, the air confined within it served to support heavy weights. I have heard that the most rapid currents are crossed by milkmaids in this way, all the while bearing milk pails on their heads. 1589. In the second line of 72, Dastaram Janma means Janma Yuktam Dastaram. 1590. The sense seems to be that by practicing the Sankhya doctrine men cease to have any regard for even their gross bodies. They succeed in realizing their existence as independent of all earthly or heavenly objects. What is meant by the sun bearing them in his rays and conveying to them all things from every part of the universe is that these men acquire great puissance. This is not the puissance of yoga but of knowledge. Everything being regarded as unsubstantial and transitory, the position of Indra himself, or of Brahman, is looked upon as desirable and unworthy of acquisition. Sincere conviction of this kind and the course of conduct that is conformable to it is literally puissance of the highest kind, for all the purposes of puissance are capable of being served by it. 1591. This is taken as meaning that the Sankhya's are conveyed to the firmament of the heart. Perhaps what is intended by it is that they become withdrawn from external objects and even the impressions of all external things. 1592. Perhaps this means the pleasures of heaven. 1593. That is, they who have identified themselves with Brahma. 1594. Yudhishthira's question seems to be this: is there or is there not consciousness in the emancipate state? Different scriptures answer this question differently. If it be said that there is consciousness in that state, then why discard heaven and its pleasures, or the religion of pravritti or acts which lead to those pleasures? Where is the necessity then of sannyasa or the religion of nivritti or abstention from all acts? On the supposition of there being consciousness in the emancipate state, the religion of pravritti should be taken as superior. If, on the other hand, the existence of consciousness be denied, that would be an error. Kshadaram is a yuktaram. 1595. Although I make use of the word perceive, yet remembering that the mind is included among the senses and regarded as the 6th sense, the functions of recollection, representation, etc., are also implied by the word pasyati. The Birdwind translator gives a ridiculously erroneous version of this verse. 1596. The commentator explains that the simile of the froth is introduced in consequence of its disappearance with the disappearance of water. K.P. Singer is incorrect in taking the instance of froth as illustrative of the quickness of the destruction. 1597. Savitara does not mean through every part of the sleeper's body as K.P. Singer takes it, but Sarvavishaya as the commentator correctly explains it. 1598. Iya is Sapni and Isa is Nasti Isa or Pravati Yazia. 1599. For the soul, in dreams, sees and hears and touches and smells, etc., precisely as it does while awake. 1600. The sense seems to be that a person who becomes emancipate in this life becomes so in samadhi. When the state of samadhi is over, his mind and senses return, and returning they do the bidding of the Supreme, that is, bring about both happiness and misery, which, of course, are the consequences of the acts of past lives, though that happiness and misery are not felt. In the next verse is said that these men very soon leave their bodies and become freed from rebirth. 1601. There are two kinds of emancipation. One is attainable here, in this body, it is Jivanmukti. The other is Vidakaya, or that which becomes one's when one is bodiless. In 98, Jivanmukti has been spoken of. In this verse, the observations apply to Vidakaya. 1602. Vadanti Isthuvanti. Such men hymn its praises by regarding it as supreme deity possessed of attributes. Those attributes, of course, are the result of illusion, for in its real nature there can be no attributes in Brahma. 1603. Brahma is knowledge without duality, that is, knowledge without the consciousness of knower and known. The knowledge or cognition of an object, when object is annihilated, assumes the form of that knowledge which is called Brahma. 1604. The commentator explains that the object of this verse is to show that among mobile creatures those endued with knowledge are superior, and among all kinds of knowledge, the knowledge occurring in the Sankhya system is the highest. 1605. That is, if in consequence of any defect of practice or sadhana, the Sankhyas fail to attain to emancipation, they at least become translated into gods. 1606. That is, it is everything. 1607. That Narayana who does all this is the embodiment of the Sankhya system. 1608. The commentator explains the compounded Dhyatmagatinaskim differently. 1609. Both the vernacular translator render this verse wrongly. 1610. Vasyanti is explained by the commentator as implying Brahmana Anti and not at the end of that night. The line occurs in Manu, chap. 1. 74, where Anti refers to Brahmana's day and night. Vasishta here refers to Mohapralaya and not any intermediate pralaya. 1611. In the creation of Mahan or Prajapati or Virat, and of consciousness, the element of tamas or ignorance predominates. 1612. This is a very abstruse verse. I am not sure that I have understood it correctly. What is said here seems to be this: from Akshara arose Hiranyagarbha, from Hiranyagarbha arose Virat. This, that or the other is worshipped by ordinary men, while persons possessed of real insight do not invest any of them with attributes worthy of worship. The speaker says that the ascription of attributes, called ignorance, and the non-ascription for destruction of that ascriptions called knowledge, with respect to Virat or Hiranyagarbha or Akshara, then arose. It might be asked that when there were no men as yet to worship or to condemn such worship, how could the two arise? The answer is that the two, in their subtle forms, came into existence and were afterwards availed of by men when men come into being. 1613. From Akshara or the indestructible is Hiranyagarbha. From Hiranyagarbha is Magan or Viratan consciousness. From the last are the subtle elements. 1614. The meanings of such verses depend upon the grammatical significations of certain words that are used. They can scarcely be rendered accurately into any other language not derived from Sanskrit. What is said here is that it is Prakriti which must be said to be the adhishthatri of the universe. Vishnu is not so. Vishnu, Brahma, Akshara, or the indestructible, however, is said to cover or pervade the universe, Vyapnotai. Vishnu is Vyapka but not adhishthatri. 1615. In the previous section it has been said that through tamas he takes birth among the intermediate orders, through rajas among human beings, and through sattva among gods. The root ksyanganakshayat means ayavya or puissance. 1616. The soul weaves a cocoon with attributes, or acts which result from attributes, and though free deprives himself of freedom. 1617. Made of chit and not chit combined. 1618. The sense seems to be that the obligation to explain a treatise in the midst of a conclave always stimulates the best faculties, and if it is a conclave of the learned, the friction of intellects is sure to bring out the correct sense. 1619. For enables them to conquer ignorance. 1620. When pranayama is performed with the aid of mantras or yapa, it is said to be saganwasagabhwa endued with substance. Concentration of mind, however, is made without the aid of such yapa. 1621. The 22 sankshadans of Priranas are the 22 modes of transmitting the prana breath from the toe of the foot to the crown of the head. That which transcends Prakriti is the Supreme Soul. 1622. The reading I adopt is Nakathayate. 1623. Atmana is Iswarat Para. 1624. Parisankhya is explained by the commentator thus: Parisankhayanam is Parivarianam, that is, the gradual pravilapam of errors, Lena dasanam or sakshakaram. 1625. The commentator explains that nistatva means nirgatam tatvam aparaksham mat. 1626. Paramaparam and avyayam are theirs in consequence of ajksharabhavatva. Aparam means satyakamatva, satyas kalpatva, etc. that is, puissance. Param is the indescribable felicity of samadhi. The Srutis declare that knower of Brahma becomes Brahma. 1627. Hence, as the commentator explains, by knowing what is called the unmanifest, one is capable of attaining to omniscience. 1628. What is stated here is this: the unmanifest or Prakriti, by modification, produces Mahat and the other principles. But the agency of Purusha also is necessary for such production, for Prakriti can do nothing without Purusha, and Purusha also can do nothing without Prakriti. The principles of Mahat and the rest, therefore, may be said to have their origin as much in Purusha as in Prakriti. Beside, the two being naturally dependent on each other, if Prakriti be called Kshara, Purusha also may be so called. 1629. That is, Jiva or Purusha. 1630. High, such as gods; middling, such as human beings; and low, such as animals. 1631. Buddha is Bodha or pure knowledge. A Buddha is the reverse of Buddha. The Supreme Soul is knowledge, while Jiva is ignorance. 1632. In consequence of Jiva's union with or attachment to Prakriti, Jiva takes this object for a vessel, that for a mountain, and that other for a third. When knowledge comes, Jiva succeeds in understanding that all his impressions are erroneous and that the external world is only a modification of self. In consequence of Jiva's capacity to comprehend this, he is called Badayamana or comprehender. 1633. Drysia and Adrisia, are the seen and the unseen, that is the gross and subtle, or effects and causes. Swabhavana Anugatam is inherent unto all of them, in its own nature, that is, Brahma pervades all things and unites with them without itself being changed as regards its own nature. Vadyatasmana should be understood it. 1634. Tattva is explained by the commentator as anarabhadaryam, that is, invested with any form in consequence of ignorance. Not tattva is nityapriksham, that is, always within the ken of the understanding. 1635. That indication is I am Brahma. Such conviction or knowledge even which characterizes those that are awakened or Buddha, is cast off by the 26th. 1636. These examples are often used to explain the difference between the Jiva soul and the Supreme Soul. The Udamvara is the fruit of the ficus glomerate. When ripe and broken, the hollow center is seen to contain many full-grown gnats. The gnat lives in the fruit but is not the fruit, just as the fish, though living in the water, is not the water that is its home. Jiva, after the same way, though living in the Supreme Soul, is not the Supreme Soul. 1637. Para is Anya Ochide Atman. Paradharma means partaking of the nature of Kshra in which he resides. Sama Ita is Kshraniva Ekbaya. 1638. This is a simile very often used for illustrating the danger of pursuing objects of the senses. Collectors of honey used to rove over mountains, guided by the sight of flying bees. These men frequently met with death from falls from precipices. 1639. The Birdwind translator renders this verse incorrectly. 1640. This has been repeatedly laid down in the Hindu scriptures. Gifts produce no merit unless made to deserving persons. If made to the undeserving, instead of ceasing to produce any merit, they become positively sinful. The considerations of time and place also are to be attended to. By failing to attend to them, sin is incurred where merit is expected. Truth becomes as sinful as a lie, under particular circumstances, and a falsehood becomes as meritorious as truth under circumstances. The Hindu scriptures make circumstance the test of acts. 1641. These, including mind, form the tale of 16 called Vikriti or modifications of Prakriti. 1642. These are the subtle principles or tanmataras and not the gross elements. 1643. Mahat is sometimes called Buddhi, hence the creation of consciousness from Mahat must be creation relating to Buddha. 1644. Ajjava mean relating to straight paths or courses, so called from the straight course of these winds or breaths. By reference to these breaths is intended the other limbs of the physical system besides those already indicated. 1645. Rishi here means Mahan or great. Consciousness is said to have an excellent essence, and is also a Bhuta because of its capacity to produce the great Bhutas, 5 in number. 1646. These, the commentator explains, are mind, buddhi or understanding, consciousness, and chitwa, considered as vyashti instead of as samishti. These are the sires of the primeval sires, that is, from these sprung the Mahabhutas or great creatures, viz., the 5 primal elements. 1647. Divas is explained by the commentator as meaning the senses and the 4 inner faculties. Diva, he thinks, refers to the Bhutas or great elements. Literally rendered, the verse would read as the Devas are the children of the Pitras. With the Devas, all the worlds of mobile being have been covered. It is not safe to reject the learned commentator. 1648. These two verses refer to the power of the attributes of sound etc. over jiva. Loves and hates, and all kinds of relationship of jiva are due to the action of the attributes named. 1649. The duration here given has reference to the day and the night of the Mahabharutas. 1650. Prakriti means in his own prakriti or nature. The sense of the line is that Purusha, even when residing in the case that Prakriti provides him with, does not partake of the nature of Prakriti but continues to be undefiled by her. 1651. I expand this verse for bringing out the meaning. A verbal rendering will become unintelligible. 1652. This is a difficult verse. I am not sure that I have understood it correctly. The sense to be that Prakriti, which is really unintelligent and incapable of enjoyment or endurance, becomes intelligent and capable of enjoyment or endurance in consequence of being united with Purusha who is intelligent. Thus, when pleasurable or painful sensation are felt, it is the body that seems to feel it only in consequence of the soul that presides over it. 1653. The first line of 7 is the same in sense as the second line of 8. In the Bombay text, only the second line of 8 occurs, while the first line of 7 has been justly omitted. In fact, tattva of the Prakriti are the same thing. 1654. This refers to the opinion of the atheistic Sankhayas. 1655. By the word Rudra is meant prana and the other breaths. The commentator explains that the etymology is Utkramena Kaldihanam Rodayanti Iti Rudra Prana. By regulating the vital breaths and the senses, yogins attain to yoga puissance and succeed in roving wherever they please in their linga sarira or subtle bodies. 1656. The 8 limbs of yoga are pranayama, pratyahara, dhyana, dharana, taka, samadhi, with the 2 additional ones of yama and nama. 1657. In the first line of 9, the word pranayama is used to mean regulation of the vital breaths. In the second line, the same word implies the ayam or nigraha of the senses with the mind. By dharana is meant the fixing of the mind, one after another, on the 16 things named in treatises on yoga. By ekagrata of the mind is meant that concentration in which there is no longer any consciousness of difference between dhatri, daya, and dhyana. 1658. It is difficult for those who do not practice pranayama to understand this fully. The fact is, sagana pranayama, when the breath is inhaled, the inhalation is measured by the time taken up in mentally reciting a well-known mantra. So when inhaled breath is suspended, the suspension is measured by the time taken in mentally reciting a particular mantra. When therefore, the suspended breath should be exhaled, it should be done by similarly measuring the time of exhaling. For beginners, this sagana pranayama is recommended. Of course, only exhalation has been spoken of, but it applies equally to inhalation and suspension. These 3 processes, in yoga language, apraka, kamaka, and richaka. 1659. Ekantasilin means as anasin. Amama is one who takes pleasure in one's soul instead of in spouses and children. 1660. The pole star. 1661. Chaka literally means I made. The commentator explains it as equivalent to swayam of orbit. 1662. Vipraya evidently means what is not agreeable. There was evidently a dispute between Yajnavalkya and his maternal uncle Vaisampayana, the celebrated disciple of Vyasa. This dispute is particularly referred to in the next verse. Vaisampayana had been a recognized teacher of the Vedas and had collected a large number of disciples around him. When, therefore, the nephew Yajnavalkya, having obtaining the Vedas from Surya, began to teach them, he was naturally looked upon with a jealousy, which culminated, as referred to in the next verse, into an open dispute about the dakshina to be appropriated in the sacrifice of Janaka. The Birdwind translator incorrectly renders the word vipraya, which he takes to mean as very agreeable. In the Vishnu Purana it is mentioned that a dispute took place between Yajnavalkya and Pala. The latter's preceptor, Vyasa, came, and taking his side, asked Yajnavalkya to return him the Vedas which he had obtained from him. Yajnavalkya vomited forth the Vedas. These were instantly devoured by two other rishis in the form of Titiri birds. These afterwards promulgated the Taittiriya Upanishads. 1663. This shows that I was then regarded as the equal of Vaisampayana himself in the matter of Vedic knowledge. Sumanta and Pala and Jaimini, with Vaisampayana, were the rishis that assisted the great Vyasa in the task of arranging the Vedas. 1664. This is called the fourth science, the three others being the three Vedas, Axis culture, and the science of morality and chastisement. 1665. Prakriti is regarded as something in which sattva, rajas, and tamas reside in exactly equal proportion. All the principles of Mahat, etc. which flow from Prakriti, are characterized by these three attributes in diverse measure. 1666. By Mitra is meant here the deity giving light and heat. By Varuna is meant the waters that compose the universe. 1667. Ka, the commentator explained, is Anand or felicity. 1668. The comparison lies in the folly of the two persons indicated. One churning ass's milk for butter is only a fool. Similarly, one failing to understand the nature of Prakriti and Purusha from the Vedas is only a fool. 1669. Gives a literal rendering of this verse for showing how difficult it is to understand the meaning. The commentator correctly explains the sense, which is as follows: Anya or the other is the soul as distinguished from its reflection upon Prakriti, that is the soul in its real character as independent of Prakriti. What is said here is that when the soul, in its real character beholds, or acts as a witness of everything, that is, as exists in the states of wakefulness and dream, becomes conscious of both itself, the 25th, and Prakriti, the 24th, when, however, it ceases to behold or act as such witness, that is, in the state of dreamless slumber of yoga samadhi, it succeeds in beholding the Supreme Soul or the 26th. In simple language, what is said here is that the soul becomes conscious of both itself and Prakriti in the state of wakefulness and dream. In samadhi alone, it beholds the Supreme Soul. 1670. What is said here is that the 26th or the Supreme Soul always beholds the 25th or the Jiva Soul. The latter, however, filled with vanity, regards that there is nothing higher than it. It can easily, in Yoga Samadhi, behold the 26th. Through thus competent to behold the Supreme Soul, it fails ordinarily to behold it. The commentator sees in this verse a repudiation of the doctrine of the Charvakas and the Sagatas, who deny that there is a 26th Tattva or even a 25th, which they identify with a 24th. 1671. Tasthanat is explained by the commentator as Varasya Avaradashanat, that is, in consequence of Vara overlying the Avara. The instance of the string and the snake is cited. At first the string is erroneously taken for the snake. When the error is dispelled, the string appears as the string. Thus the Supreme and the Jiva soul come to be taken as one when true knowledge comes. 1672. The ordinary doctrine is that the Jiva soul is indestructible, for it is both unborn and deathless, its so-called births and deaths being only changes of the forms which Prakriti undergoes in course of her association with it, an association that continues as long as the Jiva soul does not succeed in effecting its emancipation. In this verse the ordinary doctrine is abandoned. What is said here is that the Jiva soul is not deathless, for when it becomes identified with the Supreme Soul, that alteration may be taken as its death. 1673. This is a very difficult verse. Pasya and apasya are drashtri and drisya, that is, knower and known, or soul and prakriti. Kshimaya and tattva are drik and drisya, that is, knowledge and known. One that sees no difference between these, that is, one that regards all things as one and the same, is both Kevala and not Kevala, etc., meaning that such a person, though still appearing as a Jiva, to others, is in reality identifiable with the Supreme Soul. 1674. This may mean that as men speak, and as speech is Brahma, all men must be regarded as utterers of Brahma. If, again, Brahma be taken to mean the Vedas in special, it may imply that all men utter the Vedas or are competent to study the Vedas. Such an exceedingly liberal sentiment from the mouth of Yajnavalkya is compatible only with the religion of emancipation which he taught. 1675. The doctrine is that unless acts are destroyed, there can be no emancipation. 1676. Literally, these are not obstacles by external nature, and are therefore irremovable by personal exertion of the ordinary kind. 1677. Sanchadeshayanti implies questioned. Here it means questioning the king internally or by yoga power. 1678. Yatsmayan is explained by the commentators as priding himself upon his own invincibleness. Ayyapavam implies her determination to make the kingdom. Vaisayan is Abhibhavan. 1679. Samantam is explained by the commentator as equivalent to Samyajnatam. 1680. It is difficult to say in what sense the word Vaishakam is used here. There is a particular system of philosophy called Vaishaka or Kannada, the system believed to have been originally promulgated by a rishi of the name of Kannada. That system has close resemblance to the atomic theory of European philosophers. It has many points of striking resemblance with Kepler's system or Sankhya. Then, again, some of the original principles, as enunciated in the Sankhya system, are called by the name of Vaishya. 1681. The mention of the indicated, as the commentator explains, Karmakanda. The value of karma in the path of emancipation is to purify the soul. 1682. K.P. Singh wrongly translates this verse. 1683. There is equal reason in taking up etc. implies that the bearing of the scepter is only a mode of life like that of holders of the triple stick. Both the king and the sannyasi are free to acquire knowledge, and both, therefore, may attain to emancipation notwithstanding their respective emblems. In the emblems themselves there is no efficacy or disqualification. 1684. The object of this verse is to show that all persons, led by interest, become attached to particular things. The littleness or greatness of those things cannot aid or bar people's way to emancipation. I may be a king, says Janaka, and thou mayst be a mendicant. Neither thy mendicancy nor my royalty can aid or obstruct our emancipation. Both of us, by knowledge, can achieve what we wish, notwithstanding our outward surroundings. 1685. Hence, by changing my royal life for that of a bearer of the triple stick, I can gain nothing. 1686. Yukt in the first line means in the Yogin. The Bombay reading Tridandank is a mistake for Tridandakam. The Bombay text reads Namaktas Yas Tigopana, meaning that there is no relief for one that has fallen down after having arisen in yoga. The Bengal text reads Vimaktasya. I adopt the Bengal reading. 1687. What the king says is that he, the king, had made no assignation with a lady, is consequence of which she could be justified in entering his body. The word Sanikasho here means Sankita. Both the vernacular translators render this word wrongly. 1688. These faults and merits are set forth in the verses that follow. 1689. Sokshmyam is literally minuteness. It means ambiguity here. I have rendered verse 81 very closely to give the reader an idea of the extreme terseness of these verses. For bringing out the meaning of the verse, the following illustration may serve. A sentence is composed containing some words, each of which is employed in diverse senses, as the well-known verse of Parasara, which has been interpreted to sanction the remarriage of Hindu widows. Here, the object indicated by the words used are varied. Definite knowledge of the meaning of each word is arrived at by means of distinctions, that is, by distinguishing each meaning from every other. In such cases, the understanding before arriving at the definite meaning rests in succession upon diverse points, now upon one, now upon another. Indeed, the true meaning is to be arrived at in such cases by a process of elimination. When such processes become necessary and or seizing the sense of any sentence, the fault is said to be the fault of minuteness or ambiguity. 1690. To take the same example, first take the well-known words of Parasara as really sanctioning the remarriage of widows. Several words in the verse would point to this meaning, several others would not. Weighing probabilities and reasons, let the meaning be tentatively adopted that second husbands are sanctioned by the Rishi for the Hindu widow. This is Sankhya. 1691. Having tentatively adopted the meaning the second husbands are sanctioned by the verse referred to, the conclusion should be either its acceptance or rejection. By seeing the incompatibility of the tentative meaning with other settled conclusions in respect of other texts or other writers, the tentative meaning is capable of being rejected, and the final conclusion arrived at, to the effect that the second husband is to be taken only according to the Nokavian, not by marriage. 1692. By prayojanam is meant the conduct one pursues for gratifying one's wish to acquire or avoid any object. Wish, in respect of either acquisition or avoidance, if ungratified, becomes a source of pain. The section or conduct that one adopts for removing the pain is called prayojanam. In the Gautama Sutras it is said that yamata madakritya pravatate, tat prayojanam. The two definitions are identical. 1693. By occurrence of these five characteristics together is meant that when these are properly attended to by a speaker or writer, only then can his sentence be said to be complete and intelligible. In Nyaya philosophy, the five requisites are pratijna, hetu, udaharana, upnaya, and nigamana. In the Mimamsa philosophy, the five requisites have been named differently: Vishaya, Samsaya, Purvapaksha, Uttara, and Nirnaya. 1694. These characteristics, the commentator points out, though numbering 16, include the 4 and 20 mentioned by Bijadeva in his rhetoric called Saraswata Kandha Bharana. 1695. Para means, as the commentator explains, of excellent sense. It does not mean parapraogen as wrongly rendered by the Birdwin translator. The latter's version of the text is thoroughly unmeaning. 1696. What Sulaba says here is this: the great primal elements are the same whether they make up this body or that other body, and then it is the same chit that pervades every combination of the great elements. The object of this observation is to show that Janaka should not have asked these questions about Sulaba, he and she being essentially the same person. To regard the two as different would indicate obscuration of vision. 1697. What is meant by this is that when creatures are said to possess more of sattva and less of sattva, sattva seems to be a principle that is existent in the constitutions of creatures. 1698. By the word kala is meant the 16 principles beginning with prana. What is intended to be said is that as long as the principle of desire exists, rebirth becomes possible. The universe, therefore, rests on the principle of desire or vasana. The senses, etc. all arise from this principle of vasana. 1699. By vi is meant that righteousness and its reverse which constitute the seed of desire. By sukra is meant that which helps that seed to grow or put forth its rudiments. By valor is meant the exertion that one makes for gratifying one's desire. 1700. The fact then of continual change of particles in the body was well known to the Hindu sages. This discovery is not new of modern physiology. Elsewhere it has been shown that Harvey's great discovery about the circulation of the blood was not unknown to the rishis. 1701. The instance mentioned for illustrating the change of corporeal particles is certainly a very happy one. The flame of a burning lamp, though perfectly steady, as in a breezeless spot, is really the result of the successive combustion of particles of oil and the successive extinguishment of such combustion. Both this and the previous verse have been rendered inaccurately by K.P. Singer. 1702. Hence the questions of Janaka, asking as to who the lady was or whose, were futile. 1703. The 7 ways are as follows: righteousness and wealth and pleasure independently and distinct from one another count 3, then the first and second, the first and third, and second and third, count 3, and lastly, all 3 existing together. In all acts, one or other of these 7 may be found. The first and second exist in all acts whose result is the righteous acquisition of wealth. The first and third exist in the procreation of children in lawful wedlock. The second and third in ordinary acts of worldly men. Of acts in which all 3 combine, the rearing of children may be noticed, for it is at once a duty, a source of wealth, and a pleasure. K.P. Singer omits all reference to these 7 ways, while the Birdwin translator, misunderstanding the gloss, makes such nonsense of it. 1704. The king may order some men to do some things. These men, after obeying those orders, return to him to report the fact of what they have accomplished. The king is obliged to grant them interviews for listening to them. 1705. The commentator explains that the 3 others are Vriddhi, Kshaya, and Sthana, all of which arise from policy. Some of the 7 limbs are inanimate, such as the treasury. But it is said that the treasury supports the ministers, and the ministers support the treasury. 1706. Hence, when every kingdom has a king, and kings too are many, no one should indulge in pride at the thought of his being a king. 1707. The object of this verse is to show that as Janaka rules his kingdom without being attached to it, he cannot lay claim to the merit that belongs to kings. 1708. Up by all means implies here the attitude of sitting, as in yoga. Upanishad method implies ravana and manana, that is, listening and thinking. Upasandha or practices imply the several limbs of dhyana, etc. Niskaya or conclusion has reference to Brahma. 1709. I expand this verse fully. 1710. The na in the second line is connected with Vayaksh 8. 1711. The object of this verse is to show that the words uttered by Sulabha were unanswerable. To attain to emancipation, one must practice a life of renunciation instead of continuing in the domestic mode. 1712. These foes are, of course, the passions. 1713. Literally, the world is only a hold of action, implying that creatures, coming here, have to act. These actions lead to rewards and punishments, both here and hereafter. The way to emancipation is, as has been often shown before, by exhausting the consequences of acts by enjoyment or sufferance and by abstaining from further acts by adopting the religion of nivritti. 1714. Kulapatam is explained by the commentator as Mahanadiparam. In Naramet Setra, Venumivadashatam, as in the Bombay text, or Venumivadhatam, as in the Bengal text, is rather unintelligible unless it be taken in the sense in which I have taken it. K. P. Singer mistranslates Kulapatam, and the Birdwind translator misunderstands both Kulaparam and Venumivadatam. 1715. That is, to uphold it by doing the duties of a Brahmanas. 1716. Prakalitadama, etc., implies those that have fallen away from righteousness. The Birdwind translator misunderstands the verse. Karanabihis 1717. The commentator explains that this verse is for assuring Yudhishthira that kings are competent to obtain felicity in the next world. Anupagatam is explained by the commentator as not attainable in even thousands of births. 1718. Rudrapa is blood-sucking worms. Aparitam is dead. 1719. The 10 boundaries or commandments, as mentioned by the commentator, are the 5 positive ones, viz., purity, contentment, penances, study of the Vedas, meditation on God, and the 5 negative ones, viz., abstention from cruelty, from untruth, from theft, from non-observance of vows, and from acquisition of wealth. 1720. Chairasya is grammatically connected with Navadhyas, meaning that thou art always blind, etc. The Birdwind translator misunderstands it completely and takes it as equivalent to Akina. K. P. Singer skips over it. 1721. The Birdwind translator gives a ridiculous version of the verse. 1722. Kavalam nim is literally one's only treasure. It may imply either Samadhi or Brahma. Acts, whether good or bad, all arise from error. Abstention from acts is the true way to emancipation. 1723. The passions are spoken of as wolves. 1724. The sight of golden trees is a premonitory sign of death. 1725. Literally rendered, the verse would run thus: before the cooking is complete of the yavaka of a rich man, in fact, while it is still uncooked, thou mayst meet with death. Do thou, therefore, hasten. By yavaka is meant a particular kind of food made of ghee and flour or barley. 1726. In verse 53 it is said that the soul is the witness in the other world of all acts and omission in this life. In verse 54, what is said is that the existence of the soul when the body is not, is possible, for yogins, in yoga, live in their soul, unconscious the while of their bodies. The entrance of the acting Chaitanya into that Chaitanya which survives as the witness means the death of the body. 1727. The Birdwind translator gives an erroneous version of this verse. 1728. I think the sense is that only righteousness can bring a man to the path that leads to happiness and not mere instructions howsoever repeated. 1729. The commentator explains that Brahmadaga is equivalent to Pramadagrahavasan and refers to Antaka. Chamam is Indriyasnam. Grahatam is body. Yethagrahatam is Dihamanatakramu. In this verse Pura may mean either in the near future or soon, or Pura may mean before, that is, before the destroyer makes thy senses so, etc. 1730. The road in which thyself shalt be in front and thyself in the rear is the road of self-knowledge. The Birdwind translator does not understand how the first line comes to mean knowledge of self. Accordingly, though he uses the word imaginana, following the commentator, yet he erroneously repeats some of the words used in the line. 1731. The last word of the second line is machayate and not yajate. If yajate be adhered to, meaning would be read the consequences of ignorance and error, he would succeed in attaining to Brahma. 1732. This is a very abstruse verse. I have rendered it, following the lead of the commentator, Sarutam. He explains it the knowledge, born of Vedic declarations like Tatvamasi etc. Savamasnut is equivalent to Samastam Brahmandam Vyapnotai, meaning such knowledge leads to Savitamyam, that is, omniscience to that etc., that is, that omniscience is the dasanam, of Parampurashartha or moksha. Graichna apadishtamatham is samatam. 1733. The sense is that in course of our repeated rebirths we have got these relations repeatedly and will get them as repeatedly. But we are, in reality, quite unconnected with them. Their union with us like the union of pieces of wood floating in a river, now joined together temporarily, now separated. 1734. Mokshadesakam is explained by the commentator as Mokshandishataram. K.P. Singh wrongly renders this word. This section is called Pavakadayanam, meaning Chittasadakadayanam, that is, the lesson which, when read and mastered, is to lead to the cleansing of the heart. 1735. Time, as a personified agent, is throwing all creatures at unequal distances. Some are thrown near and some to a great distance. These distances are regulated by the nature of the acts done by the creatures thrown. Some are cast among animals, some among men. Throwing or hurling them thus, time drags them again, the binding cords being always in his hands. 1736. Both the vernacular translators have misunderstood the first line of this verse, although there is no difficulty in it. Apastimva says Drishto Dharma Vyatikrama Sahasangyapavsham. What Bhishma says here is that one should not speak of those instances of Vyatikrama and Sahasam. 1737. Although the Vedas came to Sukha of their own accord, yet he was in deference to the universal custom, obliged to formally acquire them from a preceptor. 1738. Vyasa was the priest or Ritviya of the house of Mithila, and as such the kings of Mithila were his Yajyas or Yajamanas. The duty of a Yajamana is to reverence every member of the priest's family. The sire, therefore, cautions the son that he should not, while living with the king of Mithila, assert his superiority over him in any respect. 1739. It is certain that one must abandon all acts before one can attain to emancipation. But then acts should not be cast off all at once. It is according to this order that they should be abandoned, that is, in the order of the several modes. 1740. The karanas are the inner faculties. 1741. That is, when emancipation and omniscience have been attained in the very first mode of life, no further need exists for conforming to the three other modes of life. 1742. That is, behold the Supreme Soul by his own soul. 1743. Instead of papakam, some texts read pavakam, meaning of the nature of the fire. 1744. After Manasa, Saha is understood. It does not mean that the senses are to be restrained by the mind, but the words imply that the mind and the senses are to be restrained. K. P. Singer renders the line correctly. The Birdwind translator, as usual, is careless. 1745. K. P. Singer skips over this verse. 1746. That is, he turned his soul's gaze on his soul and withdrew himself from every worldly object. 1747. He no longer walked like ordinary men. Without trailing along the solid support of the earth, he proceeded through the sky. 1748. Popularly, Bimara, Villanius Malabaricus. 1749. It is believed that a person, by performing austere penances, scorches the three worlds. It is in consequence of this effect of penances that the superior deities were always compelled by the Asuras and Danavas to grant them whatever boons they solicited. 1750. The sense is that if the Vedas are not constantly studied, they are likely to be forgotten. 1751. A paplava is Rahu, or the ascending node. In many parts of Upper India, during the hot months in particular, large quantities of dust are raised by whirlwinds in the afternoon or at evening cold, and the clouds of dust cover the moon for hours together. 1752. The lowest order of men, living by slaying animals. 1753. The verse in the Bengal texts is a triplet. In the Bombay edition, the third line is excluded from verse 36. There is no inconvenience in this, only, it should be construed as referring to the wind called Saman War Pravaha. 1754. Some texts read Jatam Vara. If this be accepted, it should be an adjective of Parivaha, meaning the foremost of all in the strength or energy. 1755. The sacred river Ganga has, it is said, three courses or streams. One flows on the surface of the earth, the second flows through the nether regions, and the third flows through heaven. 1756. The first line runs into the second. 1757. Penances should be protected from wrath. By penances one attains to great power. The ascetic's puissance frequently equals that of Brahman himself. If, however, the ascetic indulges in wrath and curses one from wrath, his puissance becomes diminished. For this reason, forgiveness is said to be the highest virtue a Brahmana can practice. A Brahmana's might lay in forgiveness. Knowledge also should be protected from honor and dishonor, that is, one should never receive honor for his knowledge, that is, do anything for the object of achieving honor. Similarly, one should never do anything which may have the effect of dishonoring one's knowledge. These are some of the highest duties preached in scriptures. 1758. The saying Satyadapi Hitamvat is frequently misunderstood. The scriptures do not say that truth should be sacrificed in view of what is beneficial, for such view will militate with the saying that there is nothing higher than truth. The saying has reference to those exceptional instances where truth becomes a source of positive harm. The story of the rishi who spoke the truth respecting the place where certain travellers lay concealed, when questioned by certain robbers who were for killing the travellers, is an instance to the point. The goldsmith's son who died with a falsehood on his lips for allowing his lawful prince to escape from the hands of his pursuers did a meritorious act of loyalty. Then, again, the germ of the utilitarian theory may be detected in the second line of this verse. 1759. To conquer the unconquerable means to attain to Brahma. 1760. In the Shrutis, Parivara is an equivalent for the Supreme Soul. The correct reading is Nasyati at the end of the first line, and not Pasyati as in some of the Bengal texts. Adhering to Pasyati, which gives no meaning, the Birdwind translator gives a ridiculous and unmeaning version of this verse. K. P. Singer, of course, adopts the correct reading. 1761. This verse is not at all difficult. The sense is that the man who transcends all attachments never comes to grief if brought into union with other creatures. The Birdwind translator gives a thoroughly unmeaning version of this couplet. 1762. The object of this verse is to show that men of knowledge do not perform sacrifices, in which, as a matter of course, a large number of creatures is slain. Men wedded to the religion of poverty perform sacrifices. Coming into the world in consequence of past acts, they seek happiness by repairing to heaven along the way of sacrifices and religious rites. A large number of creatures is slain, for besides the victims ostensibly offered, an infinite number of smaller and minuter creatures are killed in the sacrificial fires and in course of the other preparations that are made in sacrifices. 1763. Sorrow increases by indulgence. 1764. This is a very doubtful verse. The commentator is silent. I follow the meaning as it lies on the surface. The object of the verse seems to be this. There are men that are employed in reflecting upon the nature of things. These should know that such occupation is useless, for truly the nature of things is beyond the grasp of the mind. The greatest philosopher is ignorant of all the virtues of a blade of grass, the purpose for which it exists, the changes that it undergoes every instant of time and from day to day. Those men, however, who have such unprofitable occupation for walking along the highest path, the path, that is, which leads to Brahma, free themselves from grief. 1765. I am not sure that I have understood this verse correctly. 1766. What is intended to be said is that the gratification of the senses leaves nothing behind. The pleasure lasts as long as the contact continues of the objects with the senses. The Birdwind translator, not suspecting that the word used is adana, gives a ridiculous version. 1767. What is said here is this: a man has spouses and children, or wealth, etc. There was no sorrow when these were not. With his union with these his sorrow commences. Hence, when these things disappear, an intelligent man should not indulge in any sorrow. Bonds or attachments are always productive of grief. When bonds are severed or destroyed, there ought to be no grief. 1768. That is, whose pleasures do not depend upon external objects such as spouses and children. 1769. Vitsabihis. It comes from to meaning drinking. 1770. Vyasa lived in northern India and was evidently unacquainted with the tides that appear in the Bengal rivers. 1771. The object of this verse is to show the utility and necessity of acts. Without acting, no one, however clever, can earn any fruit. Both the vernacular translators give ridiculous versions of this plain aphorism. 1772. As is used in the sense of Akanshaw. 1773. Naprapinadigachati is now a prayamet, etc. 1774. I do not quite understand in what the fault lies that is referred to here. Perhaps the sense is this. In Hindu philosophy, the vital seed is said to be generated by the sight of a desirable woman. When sexual congress takes place with one whose sight has not originated the vital seed but with another, it fails to be productive. Whoever indulges in such intercourse is to blame. 1775. Parasarirani has Prapnuvanti understood after it. Chinavnjam means whose seed has broken, that is the creature whose gross body has met with destruction. The gross body is called the Vijam or seed of heaven and hell. The sense of the verse is that everyone, after death, attains to a new body. A creature can never exist without the bonds of body being attached to him. Of course, the case is otherwise with persons who succeed in achieving their emancipation by the destruction of all acts. The Birdwind translator following the commentator faithfully, renders this verse correctly. K.P. Singer skips over it entirely. 1776. This is not a difficult verse. Then, again, the commentator explains it carefully. K.P. Singer gives a ridiculous version. The Birdwind translator is correct. Nerdagdam and Vinasyantam imply the dying or dead. Jivaparadam Chalashali Mahatambhavati means another body, as much subject to destruction, is kept ready. 1777. I expand this verse a little for bringing out its meaning. What is said here is that some come out of the womb alive, some die there before being quickened with life, the reason being that their acts of past lives bring for them other bodies even at that stage. 1778. This verse is certainly a crux. The commentator, I think, displays considerable ingenuity in explaining it. The order of the words is Gatayoshitasya Sehajatasya Pancha Saptamim Navamim Dasaprapnuvanti Datanabhavanti Sa Na. The 10 stages of a person's life are 1. Residence within the womb, 2. Birth, 3. Infancy, up to 5 years, 4. Childhood, up to 12 years, 5. Pagandu up to 16 years, 6. Youth, up to 48 years, 7. Old age, 8. Decrepitude, 9. Suspension of breath, 10. Destruction of body. 1779. Nectar means employed. I take it to imply employed in the task of conquering nature. It may also mean set to their usual tasks by the influence of past acts. Nature here means, of course, the grand laws to which human existence is subject, viz., the law of birth, of death, of disease and decrepitude, etc. 1780. Aparupari implies gradual superiority. If one becomes wealthy, one desires to be a councillor. If a councillor, one wishes to be prime minister, and so on. The sense of the verse is that man's desire to rise is insatiable. 1781. The reading I prefer is Asitha and not Satha. If the latter reading be kept, it would mean of both descriptions are seen to pay court to the wicked. 1782. A Vivanda is low attachments, implying those that appertain to the body. In fact, the acquisition of the body itself is such an attachment. What is said here is that Jiva who has become enlightened becomes freed from the obligation of rebirth or contact with body once more. 1783. The mass of effulgence constituting the sun is nothing else than Brahma. Brahma is pure effulgence. Savitri Mandama Daivatanarayana does not mean a deity with a physical form in the midst of the solar refulgence but incorporeal and universal Brahma. That effulgence is adored in the Gayatri. 1784. The commentator takes Shama to mean Shamagath Jiva. He does not explain the rest of the verse. The grammatical construction presents no difficulty. If Shama be taken in the sense in which the commentator explains it, the meaning would be this. He who enters the solar refulgence has not to undergo any change, unlike Shama and the deities who have to undergo changes, for they fall down upon the exhaustion of their merit and reascend when they once more acquire merit. Both the vernacular translators have made a mess of the verse. The fact is, there are 2 paths, Archirati Magga and Tumaji Magga. They who go by the former reach Brahma and have never to return, while they who go by the latter way enjoy felicity for some time and then come back. 1785. Here, the words sun and moon are indicative of the 2 different paths mentioned in the note immediately before. 1786. What Sukha says here is that he would attain to universal Brahma and thus identify himself with all things. 1787. Jahasahasam is an instance in Sanskrit of the cognate government of neuter verbs. 1788. The rishis knew that the height of the atmosphere is not interminable. 1789. In this section, Bhishma recites to Yudhishthira the fact of Sukha's departure from this world, and Vyasa's grief at that occurrence. He speaks of the fact as one that had been related to him bygone times by both Narada and Vyasa himself. It is evident from this that the Sukha who recited the Srimad Bhagavat to Parikshit, the grandson of Arjuna, could not possibly be the Sukha who was Vyasa's son. 1790. What Bhishma says here is that without faith this subject is incapable of being understood. 1791. This is a triplet. The last word of the third line, viz. Swayambhuva, refers to Krishna, but it has no special meaning. It is an adjective used more for the sake of measure than for anything else. 1792. The golden cars referred to here are the fleshly bodies of the two deities. The body is called the car because, like the car, it is propelled by some force other than the soul which owns it for a time, the soul being inactive. It is regarded as golden because everyone becomes attached to it as something very valuable. The 8 wheels are avidya and the rest. 1793. That is, the hands, the feet, the stomach, and the organ of pleasure. The hands are said to be protected when they are restrained from the commission of all improper acts. The feet are said to be duly protected when they are restrained from touching all improper places. The stomach is said to be protected when one never takes any kind of improper food, and when one abstains from all evil acts for appeasing one's hunger. And lastly, one is said to restrain the organ of pleasure when one abstains from all acts of improper congress. 1794. The word mushka, as ordinarily understood, implies the scrotum or testes. The commentator Nilakantha supposes that it may stand for the shoulder knot. He believes that the phrase implies that the people of this island had each 4 arms. 1795. The Satwata ritual is explained by the commentator to mean the Pancharatra ritual. Dakshina implies with what remained after Vishnu's worship was over. 1796. That is, dedicated his possessions to the service of Narayana, and held them as the great god's custodian. In other words, he never regarded his wealth as his own, but was always ready to devote it to all good and pious purposes. 1797. That is, the treatise those rishis composed was the foremost of its kind in respect of choice and harmony of vocables, of import or sense, and of reasons with which every assertion was fortified. 1798. There are 2 religions, viz., that of pravriti, implying act and observances, and that of nivriti, implying a complete abstention from all acts and observances. The last is also called the religion of emancipation. 1799. Whether any work on morality and religion was actually composed by the 7 rishis or not, no such work, it is certain, is in existence now. Besides this mention of the work in the Mahabharata, no reference to it has been made anywhere else. As to Sukra Nitaya, it is extant. Vrihaspati's Nitai Sastram is defunct. It is probable, however, that before Sabha Nitai there was an anterior work, brief if not exhaustive, on the same subjects. 1800. Pariyaya literally means a list. The fact is, in all Sanskrit lexicons words expressive of the same meanings occur together. These lists are known by the name of pariyaya. A more definite idea of the meaning of this word may be had by the English reader when he remembers that in a lexicon like Roget's Thesaurus, groups are given of words expressive of the same signification. Such groups are called pariyayas. 1801. The Hotri has to pour libations on the sacrificial fire, reciting mantras the while. Sadasyas are persons that watch the sacrifice. That is, take care that the ordinances of the scriptures are duly complied with. They are what is called vidasanas. 1802. Clarified butter offered in sacrifices, with cakes of powdered barley steeped in it. 1803. Professor Weber supposes that in this narrative of the three rishis Sakata, Dwaita, and Traita, the poet is giving a description of either Italy or some island in the Mediterranean, and of a Christian worship that certain Hindu pilgrims might have witnessed. Indeed, a writer in the Calcutta Review has gone so far as to say that from what follows, the conjecture would not be a bold one that the whole passage refers to the impression made on certain Hindu pilgrims upon witnessing the celebration of the Eucharist according to the ordinances of the Roman Catholic Church. The Honorable P. Telling supposes that the whole passage is based on the poet's imagination. A cantabe fegetu is taken by some to mean worshippers of the divine unity. I do not think that such a rendering would be correct. 1804. The Bombay reading is Tadapratihato Abhavat. This seems to be better than the Bengal reading Tatoe Pratihata. If the Bengal reading be adhered to, a pratihata should be taken in the sense of nasti pratihatoi asmat. The meaning, of course, would remain the same. 1805. Yepa means the silent recitation of certain sacred mantras or of the name of some deity. In the case of the inhabitants of White Island, the silent recitation was no recitation of mantras or words, it was a meditation on incorporeal Brahma. The next verse makes this clear. 1806. This would seem to show that it was the Roman Republic which the pilgrims saw. 1807. Professor Weber thinks that this has reference to the absence of idols or images. The pilgrims saw no deities such as they had in their own temples. 1808. Professor Weber wrongly renders the words Purvahunsik Ramanwita. The first word does not, as he renders it, imply eldest son of God, but simply firstborn. It is seen in almost every hymn in the Mahabharata to the supreme deity. It is synonymous with Adipurusha. Then Siksha, etc. does not, as he thinks, mean accompanied by teaching, but it is the science of orthoepy and is one of the angas, limbs, of the Vedas. The Vedas were always chanted melodiously. The science of orthoepy was cultivated by the rishis with great care. 1809. The Panchakala, or Pancharatra, or Satwatasva, means certain ordinances laid down by Narada and other rishis in respect of the worship of Narayana. 1810. The sense is this, as all of them were practicing that frame of mind which resembles Brahma, they did not regard us, that is, neither honoured nor dishonoured us. 1811. Both the vernacular translators have erred in rendering this simple verse. 1812. The construction seems to be this: Parangati manuprapta iti brahmana samanantaram nshthaikamsthanam, etc. It does not mean, as P. Singer puts it, that he proceeded to Brahman's region, nor, as the Birdwin translator puts it, that having gone to Brahman's region he attained to the highest end. The sense, on the other hand, is that as his was the very highest end, he, therefore, ascended to a spot that is higher than Brahman's region. The simple meaning is that King Apurachara attained to identification with Brahma. 1813. That is, when they have cursed thee, their curse should fructify. Thou shouldst not do anything that may have the effect of nullifying that curse. 1814. To this day, in many religious rites, these streaks of ghee are poured with mantras recited the while. They are called Vasudhara and are poured along the surface of a wall. First, a waving line of red is drawn horizontally on the wall. Then 7 spots are made under that line. Then, with the sacrificial ladle, ghee is poured from each of the spots in such a way that a thick streak is poured along the wall. The length of those streaks is generally 3 to 4 feet and their breadth about half an inch. 1815. The mantras recited by Vasudevedic mantras. 1816. The Birdwin translator as also K.P. Singer, both are in translating the first line of this verse. It does not mean that Narada worshipped them with a bend of his head and that they in return worshipped him mentally. 1817. In the sense of his being unmodified, even as space is an entity that cannot be modified in any way. 1818. That is, as the commentator expands, who is displayed without any modification, all else being modifications of thyself. 1819. That is, from whom speech has flowed, or who is Reich has party, the celestial priest, so famous for his learning and intelligence. 1820. That is, the original home of the universe. The idea is that when the universal dissolution comes, all things take refuge in thee. I follow the commentator in all the interpretations he gives. 1821. That is, who has performed the avowed rite to or final bath upon the completion of all vows and observances and sacrifices. 1822. That is, thou hast performed sacrifices. 1823. The Vedas have 6 limbs or divisions. 1824. Pragjyotish is the name of a particular Saman. The rich beginning with Murdganam etc. when sung, comes to be called by the name of Jesh the Saman. What is said here, therefore, is that thou art both the foremost of Samaners and he that sings that Saman. 1825. In the Bombay text, the reading for Vainagarbha is Vkanasa, which means a class or sect of ascetics. 1826. The commentator explains that by Mahayajna, great sacrifice, is meant yoga. The jiva soul is like the libation poured in the sacrifice, for by yoga the jiva soul is annihilated and merged into the supreme soul. 1827. In treatises on the Smriti, the indications of these 3 kinds or degrees of modifications are given. 1828. By this word is meant a particular conjunction of heavenly bodies. This conjunction is represented as having a peculiar form. 1829. The word Apanaha used here in the dual number has puzzled many persons. It is difficult to conceive why the great God should appear with a pair of shoes in one of his hands. Probably, the Apanaha, in ancient times, was a wooden sandal, and what the poet means to say is that Narayana appeared with all the requisites of a Brahmacharin on his person. 1830. That is, merges into. 1831. This cosmogony is agreeable to the Vaishnava scriptures. Above all, without beginning is Vasudeva. From Vasudeva is Sankarshana. From Sankarashana is Pradima. From Pradima is Aniruddha. Some persons find in this quadruple creation the distinct trace of the Christian Trinity. It is very difficult, however, to say which doctrine, the Hindu or the Christian, is the original and which is derived from which. 1832. The reader is requested to mark the address King of Kings. This is evidently a slip of the pen. The whole speech is that of Narayana and Narada is the listener. 1833. The commentator is silent. The sense seems to be that as Brahman is to be the son of Narayana in the beginning of the Kalpa when there is no other existent object mobile or immobile, the same Brahman is to be vested with dominion over all things which he would himself create through Ahankara. Of course, as long as Brahman is without Ahankara, so long there can be no creation, that is, no subjects mobile and immobile, to be known by different names. 1834. Nityada is always. Some persons believe that Narayana has to manifest himself always for achieving the business of the deities. This earth is not the only world where such manifestations needed. As to the object of the manifestations, considerable difference of opinion prevails. In the Gita, the great deity himself explains that that object is to rescue the good and destroy the wicked. Others hold that this is only a secondary object, the primary one being to gladden the hearts of the devout by affording them opportunities of worshipping him and applauding his acts, and to indulge in new joys by serving his own worshippers. 1835. This is a reference to the well-known description of Narayana as Savitri Mandala Madhyavati etc. It is not the visible sun whose disk is meant, but that pure fountain of effulgence which is inconceivable for its dazzling brightness that is implied. 1836. The tense used in the original is future. What is meant, however, is that the great deity does these acts at the beginning of every kalpa when he recreates the earth. All cycles or kalpas are similar in respect of the incidents that occur in them. 1837. Maheswara is Mahadeva or Shiva, Mahesana is Kartikeya, the generalissimo of the celestial forces. 1838. Vana, the son of Vali, was a devout worshipper of Mahadeva. Mina's daughter Yashoda fell in love with Krishna's grandson Aniruddha. Aniruddha was imprisoned by Vana. It was to rescue Aniruddha that Krishna fought with Vana, after having vanquished both Mahadeva and Kartikeya. The 1,001 arms of Vana, less 2, were lopped off by Krishna. The episode of the love of Aniruddha and Yashoda is a very beautiful one. 1839. Sorba was the name of a flying city of the Danavas. Krishna felled this city into the ocean, having killed all its Danava inhabitants. As to Kaliyavana, his death was brought about by Krishna under the following circumstances. Pursued by the Danava, Krishna took refuge in a mountain cave in which a king of the Satyayuga was lying asleep. Entering the cave, Krishna stood at the head of the sleeping king. The Danava, entering the cave after Krishna, found the sleeping king and awaked him. As soon as the king looked at the Danava, the latter was consumed into ashes, for the gods had given a boon to the king that he who would awake him would be consumed by a glance of his. 1840. The idea of eternity without any conceivable beginning and conceivable end was so thoroughly realized by the Hindu sages that the chiefdom of heaven itself was to them the concern of a moment. Nothing less than unchangeable felicity for all times was the object they pursued. All other things and states being mutable, and only Brahman being immutable, what they sought was an identification with Brahma. Such identification with the Supreme Soul was the emancipation they sought. No other religion has ever been able to preach such a high ideal. The Hindu's concern is with eternity. He regards his existence here as having the duration of but the millionth part of a moment. How to prevent rebirth and attain to an identification with the Supreme Soul is the object of his pursuit. 1841. K. P. Singer has completely misunderstood the sense of verse 113. Bhishma does not certainly mean that Brahman was unacquainted with the narrative. What Bhishma says is that it was not to Brahman, but to the Siddhas assembled in Brahman's abode, that Narada recited his narrative. 1842. K. P. Singer misunderstands verses 115 and 116 completely. The fact is, Surya recited the narrative unto those that precede and those that follow him in his journey through the firmament. K. P. Singer confounded the two classes of persons together. The Birdwind translator, as usual, makes nonsense of verse 116. The correct reading, as given in the Bombay text, is Lokan, the grammatical construction being Lokante pata Surya etc. The Birdwind translator makes Surya repeat the narrative to the worlds created and place before Surya. 1843. The drift of Sonaka's query seems to be this: the religion of pravritti is opposed to that of nivritti. How is it that both have been created by the same Narayana? How is it that he has made some with dispositions to follow the one, and others with dispositions to follow the others? 1844. Atmanaparanirmitampralaya means that destruction or cessation of existences which is brought about by self-realization. What the king says here is, if the religion of Nivritti be so superior in consequence of its superior end, why is it that the deities who are all superior to us did not pursue it? Were they ignorant of the method by which emancipation is attainable? Were they ignorant of the means by which to win cessation of existence? K.P. Singer renders the verse correctly. The Birdwind translator misunderstands it, although he repeats the exact words of the second foot of the second line. 1845. That is, the attributes of vision to light, taste to water, sound to space, touch to wind, and smell to earth. 1846. Avritti Lakshana means that the reward to be bestowed shall not be emancipation whence there is no return, but such a reward as the felicity of heaven, whence there will be a return for each of the receivers. 1847. Taking their rise from the fruits of pravritti implies having their origin in their desire for such fruits as appertain to the religion of pravritti or acts. 1848. What is stated here is that creature following the path of pravritti cannot hope to reach the spot whence there is no return. It is by the path of nivritti that spot is capable of being reached. The path of pravritti is always fraught with return. One may become, by walking along that path, the very chief of the celestials, but that status is not eternal. Since the beginning, if a beginning can be conceived, millions and millions of Indras have arisen and fallen down. 1849. Literally, with their 4 quarters entire. 1850. This salutation of the Krishna one to the Supreme Soul is very characteristic. He salutes himself by saluting the Supreme Soul. 1851. Sattva is the attribute of righteousness. It is said to consist of 8 and 10 qualities. The commentator mentions them all. 1852. That is, emancipation or complete identification with the Supreme Soul. 1853. The object of this verse, the commentator says, is to explain the meaning of the word Rishikasa. Agni is the digestive fire, and Shoma is food. Uniting together, Agni and Shoma, therefore, uphold the universe. In the form of digestive fire and food, Agni and Shoma are 2 gladdeners of the universe. They are called on this account Rishi, in the dual number. And since they are, as it were, the Kesu or hair of Narayana, therefore is he called Rishikasa. All these etymologies are very fanciful. Elsewhere, the word Rishikasa is explained as the Isa or Lord of Rishika or the senses. 1854. Sat is existent or wrought. Asat is not or non-existent. Very generally, these 2 words are used to imply effects and causes, the former being gross or manifest, and the latter, subtle or unmanifest. Tamas here does not mean one of the 3 primal attributes, but primeval darkness. Compare Manu, Asiti Dam Tamupatam etc. 1855.